what's up? And good Friday evening, everyone. It's about 6 o'clock here in Oklahoma on a Friday, but we are not talking about Oklahoma today, even though there would be plenty to talk about here in Oklahoma. We had some crazy high wind today. No, we're talking about, uh, let's see, Nebraska, Iowa, Missouri with the new tornado warning here. So let's get into it. Put your questions, put your comments in the comments section. You guys know before I get into it here, I need to make sure that I am actually live because as you can see, I'm doing this not on the green screen right now, but rather on my laptop. So let's see. Am I live? Looks good on Facebook. We'll check my audio. Let me know if you guys can hear me. And then we'll check YouTube as well. How do I sound? And where are you guys watching from? Tell me where you're watching from. Tell me who you're watching with. Are you watching with your coworkers? Are you watching from home? Oh, it sounds like we may have a, do we have an echo at all? How do I sound? Sounds like you guys can hear me. Okay, everything looks good. Okay, in that case, let's get started, everyone. I can see your questions. I can see your chats and your questions in the comments center. So put those questions in there and we'll get started here. All right, what are we looking at here? We are looking at Nebraska, Iowa, and Missouri. We have seen some hail this afternoon. Not terribly large, but large enough to, you know, to say that we've seen some hail. Where's this radar? Can I find it in my many radars that I have pulled up right now? Here it is. Alrighty. Okay, here's what you're looking at. As always, I give you a little around the radar. What are we looking at right now? So this is Kansas City's radar. I'm probably going to switch that here in just a minute, though. What do we want to look at first? Tell me where you guys are watching from, and we'll go into where we want to look at first. So we're going to go to Iowa, Nebraska, or maybe go down to the tornado warning down in Missouri. Ooh, really close to the radar, going into Springfield right now. Let's start there. What is this? Springfield radar. Pulling up data, switching over radar for you. We've got Bloomington, Illinois on here. Thank you, Tyler, for joining on. And there's your Springfield radar. So here's what you're looking at here. On the upper left side of your screen is your classic reflectivity. You probably see this quite often. On the right side, upper right side of your screen, that is your VIL, V-I-L. That's a great indicator for hail, so we may be getting some really decent hail over the Ozarks right now. Look at the Ozarks. Great place to vacation, not a great place to be right now with all of that hail. Down here on the bottom left, this is your normalized rotation, and down here on the bottom right, this is your storm relative velocity, another great way to recognize a tornado. So what are we looking at right here? Where that red square is, that would be where I would put that tornado, right in here. We definitely have some strong wind coming from this and potentially some decent sized hail as well. This tornado warning is warned for ping pong ball sized hail. What did I say with that hail size? And it goes until 6:30 for eastern Greene County. Tornado and hail with this, just outside of Springfield into the Stratford area, heading up the highway, going into Marshfield right now. That's where the storm is going. Northview, then Marshfield. It may be right in between Northview and Fair Grove. We may be right in between the highways here. David is asking about St. Louis. So these storms will eventually make it to St. Louis. Here's St. Louis up here. So eventually these storms will continue to track your way. So what we're looking at right now is a good indication of what is to come. It's actually getting into a better area to create those strong and severe storms. So we are actually probably going to see this storm severity intensify, increase as we go throughout the next few hours. The timeline that I had for St. Louis was at the earliest 9 o'clock, at the latest 10 to 11. I think that was the timeline that I put out earlier, so we can go back and look at that here in just a few minutes. But I want to make this a little bit bigger so you can see the full screen here of what I'm seeing. Normalized rotation is a great way to spot tornadic activity. I'm not seeing a ton of it here on the bottom left side of your screen, but if I were to put a tornado in here, I'd put it somewhere in this area where that red square is. What we can say, even if there's not a tornado with this, is we are probably getting some really decent hail with this, ping pong ball size hail. And I know there's a lot more people watching than just from the Springfield area. So let's go. Ooh, that looks a lot more impressive right here. Watching for these little notches right here. You see how the line kind of creates a little notch right there? That's what we're watching for that tornadic activity. Let's switch over. Let's zoom out. Let's talk about what we've seen this entire evening. This looks a little messy, so let me turn off our LSRs, our local storm reports, and let me show you what we've seen this entire afternoon. So we started with storms in Kansas City actually right around lunchtime, right around 12:30 this afternoon, and we continued to see those track into actually St. Joe had a severe thunderstorm warning. Later on, so this is about 2 hours later, we saw redevelopment of storms down to the southern and far eastern side of Kansas, tracking once again into Kansas City. You can kind of tell what's going to go on here. Yes, severe thunderstorm warning, one after another going into Kansas City, but it was only warned for very small hail. It was mainly a wind event that we were seeing here. These storms don't look terribly impressive. Maybe some more impressive hail up near Falls City in the southern side of Nebraska. These storms basically targeted Omaha, tracking with a straight northern pattern here, while we had a northeastern pattern farther out to the east. So Lincoln, maybe a little bit of hail in this area. Let me see, quarter size, possibly. Moving into Omaha, I want to look at Omaha, then we'll go back down to Missouri, and then maybe we can even get into Iowa a little bit as well. Omaha, what are we looking at here? Nickel-sized hail. Really, these storms were warned for wind. This was really a wind event. If you did look at our latest hail forecast, we expected these storms to be on the smaller side for hail sizes, and even at that, a lower chance for hail. So we didn't even know if we would get hail out of these, and if we did, it was going to be small. So it looks like all of that verified. This was definitely a wind event. So there we are by late this afternoon. Now we're headed into the evening hours. You can see these storms tracking through Des Moines. And there is your tornado warning out in Springfield. Now getting into Columbia, Missouri. Oh, there we go. This is what we're seeing right now into Columbia, Missouri with a tornado watch in place. So that area highlighted there in purple, that is the tornado watch, and that area highlighted in red, that is the severe thunderstorm warning, severe thunderstorm watch. And I'm just making sure I've got this correct. Highlighted there in red, that severe watch goes until 10 o'clock tonight. And the tornado watch for Missouri and northern Arkansas goes until 11 o'clock tonight. Yes, that is correct. Okay, just double checking. I don't want to give you any false information. Now, before we go back to the radars, what questions do we have? Michael says, hello, very windy here. Already have tree damage and storms have not even arrived yet. Myron says, good afternoon. Tyler is asking for hail in his area. And Tyler, you said Bloomington, Illinois, right? So I guess we can get into the forecast. You guys, I have to look up where Bloomington is. Right outside of Peoria. So you're going to have really, really late night storms. That's probably what you're watching for. I've switched over here. Now this is still a radar view, probably something that you see a little bit more familiar on the green screen. So I'm going to switch over. Maybe if my computer seems to be giving me the runaround right now. Okay, I got it, y'all. Here we go. How does that look? You guys can see that. I can see your questions, which means we can get into Bloomfield, Illinois. Here's your forecast. So there's your risk for today. You've probably seen that all over social media, right? We've got those storms going up right now. Heading into St. Louis by about 9 o'clock this evening, 10 to 11, by 11 o'clock out of your area. By that point, we're into Illinois. So can we zoom down into, no, we cannot. How about this one? Waiting patiently for my computer. Alrighty, so your timeline for central Illinois here. Bloomington, I'm sorry, I said Bloomfield, didn't I? Bloomington, Illinois. Okay, so in central Illinois here, we are watching for your timeline. Earliest time for storms to arrive, maybe about 10 o'clock, but probably closer to 11 to midnight, and then out of your area by about 1 o'clock. So this is going to be an overnight event. Maybe you're still up at this point, and then by about 1 o'clock, you can go to sleep. You are done with storms. That severe risk is out of your area. The hail risk for this area will probably be on the smaller side. Okay, we've got ping pong ball sized hail. That's not bad. That's not bad. With a moderate risk. So it's a level 2 on a scale of 4. Also not bad. You could definitely see hail in your area. I think at this point, by the time we get through central Illinois, that's whenever we're going to start to see that hail risk go down. So as we get into the early morning hours, that's whenever we start to see the hail risk go down. Oh, and also you're going to see my graphics go down. Okay, there we go. Back up now. What are other questions here? Josh asks, is St. Louis still looking like a great chance for hail? I think so. Yes, I think that these storms are ramping up. I think that we're going to see these storms just continue to go severe and increase in severity as we head into the evening hours. Yeah. Later tonight, St. Louis timeline, I said earliest to 9 o'clock, but I think the best time to see those storms would be closer to 10 or 11 o'clock. And then they'll be out of your hair by about 11:30 or midnight. Let's go back to your radar. And I can actually zoom right into St. Louis and then show you your future radar here. Give me just a minute to do that while I get your questions in. But I want to show you what's going on right now. We still have a tornado warning down in Springfield. To the northeast of Springfield, headed into Stratford right now, just south of Fair Grove. I told you it would just hang out in between the two highways here. And so that's exactly what we're seeing right now. And then, of course, severe thunderstorm warnings line up anywhere from the southern side of Missouri, just barely north of Fayetteville into northern Arkansas here, and then all the way up into central Iowa, and even just to the north of Omaha. It looks like we have several severe thunderstorm warnings, but these at this point are just for high winds. If we zoom out even more, it hasn't fired yet, but we are waiting for storms to fire across the eastern side of Louisiana and into Mississippi. That'll be the next area to watch storms fire. They're not going to be as in an organized line as your northern storms are. I think that these southern storms are going to be a little bit more scattered. Okay, what other questions do we have on here? Josh asks about St. Louis. Let's go back to our graphics here. Oh, I have to close out of this. And then pull this up. And now we can get into St. Louis. And I think that I included Central Illinois in this as well. Here we go. Do this one. There we go. Okay, so we had, did you guys see a little bit of rain a few hours ago in St. Louis? That wasn't the severe stuff. What we're watching for is the severe stuff right about now, just off to the west, right? Just to the north of Springfield right now, but it's coming into your area, moving to the north and east. You're getting tail end Charlie here. Maybe a little bit more development down to the south. Into St. Louis, what did I say? Earliest by about 9 o'clock. So if you're on the west side of the city, you're probably getting hit right around 9 o'clock. If you're right in the central portion of St. Louis, right in the heart of downtown, probably between about 10 to 11 o'clock. But these storms are out of here by about 11:30 to midnight. And then we were also talking about central Illinois as well. Let me get my bearings. This is like north central Illinois. Did I include it on here? Just outside of Peoria, right about there. Did I get it about right? Where Bloomington is. So your timeline would be at the earliest 11 o'clock, but most likely a little bit later than 11, midnight. By 1 o'clock, it's out of there. So these are some pretty fast moving storms. These are not the types of storms that you really want to chase. I think that our chasers out there tonight are pretty brave, because what are you going to see in the dark? Well, these storms are going 70 miles an hour. These are some fast moving storms. And if we switch back over to our radar here, let's see, how fast are these storms moving? These are moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. So my 70 mile an hour was a pretty good guess. This one also at 65 miles an hour. So these are some really fast moving storms. That's why it's going to make it from Springfield all the way up to St. Louis in the next, less than 3 hours. Anthony says, definitely fast moving storms. You call it spotty, but what we're really looking at are these little cores in here. If they can stay isolated, they can probably sustain themselves for a little bit longer, because if we have too many storms, they start to use up each other's, for a lack of better word here, lack of better terminology, I'll call it energy. So if they use up each other's energy, then we really can't get a strong storm to form. However, if they can stay a little bit more isolated, I do think that we could get some strong storms to form. These up here, I would call this messy. Let's see, what do we have? The Ozarks. We were just talking about the Ozarks. We've just got a hail trace alert here with golf ball sized hail reported down in the Ozarks. So we just had that radar pulled up. Let me see if I can switch over and pull up that radar once again. This is the right radar. Yeah, we were just talking about that. I said that I thought that we had some probably pretty impressive hail down in the Ozarks, and it looks like we do. It looks like golf ball size hail reported out in the Ozarks. Let's see if we can get a picture. All right, y'all, I'm gonna work on a picture for you. So this is coming in from James W. on Twitter. And we do have a pretty decent picture of 1.25 inch size hail in the Ozarks. You guys are gonna have to give me a minute. You know, whenever I do this on my own, it takes me a little bit to pull this up. Okay, here we go. I feel like I'm like really hyping this up, but I'm not, I promise. Can you see that now? Look at this picture out of the Ozarks. This is, as I mentioned, coming from James W., Ozark, Missouri, 1.5 inch hail right around 6 o'clock this evening. He says this one is one of the medium size. This one of the medium size. So I'm wondering here if he's saying it's one of like the middle-sized stones that he saw out there, or do we see bigger stones out there that he just couldn't get a picture of? Or is he saying like, yeah, this is not a giant hailstone in terms of hailstones, but it's pretty big. I don't know what he means by that. Either way, thanks for the picture, James. We really appreciate it. Again, Ozark, Missouri, 1.5 inch size hail already. Okay, so we're starting off the evening pretty intense. It's only 6:30 and we still have the entire night to go here. What are other questions on here? What have I missed while I was looking at that? Anthony says 1.75 inches in Christian County. We have another question about what counties in Northwest Tennessee would you say is at the highest risk? Looks like a portion of the storms will be forming a few counties east of the Mississippi River and potentially missing some of those counties. So you may be referring to what we showed earlier as two different areas of concern here. And I will pull up my graphics once again and see if I can articulate this for you all. Let's start with this. So you can kind of see it here, where we have one area of concern up to the north, another one down in the deep south, in the southeast here. And does it cause a little bit of a split where some people right in the middle aren't going to get storms? It's possible. One area is closer to the low pressure system and the other coming from a front that's extending farther down to the south, really pulling a lot of energy off of the moisture that's coming down from the Gulf. In terms of counties, and what was your question? Northwest Tennessee, we have Nashville as a low chance for storms. I guess that's more in the central side of the state, but I would say if you can get as far west as possible, you're probably going to have the better chances for large hail. The farther east that you go, those hail sizes are going to go down for today, and for tomorrow, I would say central side of the state. You can pull up your radar here. Which one was the one that I was using? Not that one, this one. So this radar will go down to the south. Looking at 5:30. So really by this point, we expected storms to already be formed in Louisiana. We just haven't seen them pop up yet. There's your northwestern Tennessee. That's what you were referring to, right? So maybe late tonight, 9 o'clock. Your storms will be pretty isolated, maybe with a second round of storms early tomorrow morning. And into the sunrise hours. There's northwestern Tennessee. What other questions do we have? It is about 6:30 now. Chicago. Let me pull up my radar and then we'll go back to Chicago here in just a few minutes. Hail across the southern side of Missouri right now. Here's the Ozarks, but it looks pretty impressive. All the way down to the south, take a look at this, just outside of Cassville, just outside of Branson, probably going to go in the northern side of Branson here. What is this called? Saddlebrook? Spokane? Is that how you say it? Potentially some hail in this area as well, and then I bet we've got a really good hailer right here in Fordland. Yeah, absolutely. We've got some hail coming out of Fordland right now, and probably some high wind as well. Look at that high wind that you can see highlighted there in yellow. Anytime that we start to see a bowing motion with the storms, or with our storm relative velocity, we probably have some high wind, and what's happening is we're probably seeing these storms push wind out in front of them, creating that bowing motion. We have a new tornado warning. Where's that at? I thought we did. Oh, it is right where we're watching right now. Right here. It has not popped up yet on our radars, but we do have a new tornado warning right here. Switch this over to correlation coefficient. So we either have some really large hail in this area or definitely a tornado that's kicking up some debris. It's one of the two. Anytime that we see these blues pop up on our correlation coefficient, which is the box in the bottom left hand of your screen, we know that there is some sort of large object that has been lofted into the air. So that could either be debris coming from a tornado or some pretty decent sized hail. This is over Fordland, Missouri, right in the southern side of Missouri, outside of Springfield by a good ways. Zooming out here so you can see exactly where we're looking right now, and zooming back in so that we can get a good view of this radar. I did mention that we were seeing some really high winds from this earlier, but now potentially a tornado as well. Okay, I've got some more pictures to show you all, so I'll pull those up here in just a minute. I'm updating my graphics to pull up the Chicago forecast because we do have a question about the Chicago forecast. But before I do that, I do want to get to these pictures that we have outside of, where are these coming from? Springfield, once again. All right, these are coming from outside of Springfield at approximately 1815 at junction of 65 and 14 near Ozark, Missouri. So back in the Ozarks. Okay, once again, we were talking about this earlier that we definitely have some large hail coming out of the Ozarks. Pretty decent hail right there. Great picture. Thank you, Jill. Phenomenal picture right there. We appreciate you posting your pictures. And our meteorologist, I'm reading some of our chat right here. Our meteorologists are tracking these storms right now. So we are tracking these storms right now. And we will have the map up, I mean, probably within the next few minutes. Ooh, this radar has looked a lot more impressive since I turned away. Okay, look at this. Just to the north of Diggins, here is your tornado. Anytime that we see this blue area right here, that's whenever we know that there is some sort of large object in the air. And at this point, I would assume it's coming from a tornado based on our radar signature as well. Look at this. Excuse me, based on our velocity signature. I'm going to pull this back just a little bit. So you're watching this notch right here. Ready? Watch it go forward. See that go forward and create quite an impressive. This is storm relative velocity here on the bottom right. That's what we're looking at. So this shows us wind direction and wind speed. So anytime that we get these really bright yellows in here, that's really strong wind. And anytime that we see these reds and yellows touching the blues and greens, this is what we can determine as some sort of rotation or organization within the storm. Most likely at this point, a tornado. All right, I told you guys we'd go and look at Chicago. So let's go back to Chicago. And we'll come back to this tornado warning. As always, if you know someone in this area, I haven't said it yet, but this goes without saying. If you know someone in this area, make sure that you call them and that they are taking cover. They need to be in the middle part of their home. That is the safest place to be. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is definitely an area that we do not want to be caught in. This storm is warned for a tornado. It's a tornado warning and golf ball sized hail. So at the very least, we have hail that is coming in at a pretty decently high speed and could be creating some pretty big impacts in this area. This is Diggins, Missouri, just outside of Springfield to the east and the southern side of Missouri. And who asked? Doug asked about Chicago. So Doug, let's take a look at Chicago for you. I do think that we could still see some hail in Chicago. It'll be later on tonight. Your hail will probably be smaller than, it's not going to be the largest that we're going to see of the evening, but it will definitely still be impressive. If you get hail, we're probably expecting the size of a ping pong ball. Here's your timeline. At the earliest, 11 o'clock, but the most likely time, 12 to 1, most likely out of your area, severe clear by 2 or 2:30. And you're in the clear for tomorrow. No storms in Chicago for tomorrow. So I can take this back and show you one more time. Here are your storms coming in at the earliest, 11 o'clock, but most likely 12 to 1 out of your area by about 2 or 2:30. Robert, one of our good friends from Letter Labs, saying that storm is looking spicy. Yeah, we can go back to this storm right here. Whew, really impressive. It's like each radar scan just gets more and more impressive. Do you see this classic supercell structure right here? This is what we call a hook echo. And you can see exactly where you'd expect that tornado to be, right inside of this hook echo right here. So we've got the hail up here, we've got the hook echo back here. This is a classic reflectivity view right now. Very, very classic. You can tell exactly what's going on. Anytime that we see these blues means that we will have some sort of large structure high up into the storm, whether that's lofted debris or if that is some pretty decent sized hail. We have an upgrade on this warning now, a tornado warning highlighted here in red that you can see on your screen, upgraded for tennis ball size hail. Tennis ball size hail. We've also got some strong wind with this storm, so if we are not seeing a tornado, this hail at the very minimum is going to be most likely wind driven. Very, very impressive storm right now, just outside of Springfield to the south of Marshfield, headed in the direction of Grove Spring in the southern side of Missouri. So here we are in the southwestern side of Missouri right now. And as I mentioned earlier to all of my St. Louis folks, these storms are the ones that you're going to be getting later on tonight. Maybe what's right south of these storms, but you can tell, and as I mentioned earlier, these storms are going into a more severe likelihood environment. That's not the right words there. I'm trying to not use too many meteorological terms, but what we're getting into is an area of higher cape, great moisture in this area. What we're watching for is some pretty decent shear that's coming out of that we can see in this storm right now as well. Look at that, really impressive on this velocity signature right here. And I apologize, I'm looking at a few things all at the same time. I'm making sure I'm not missing anything right here. But this is definitely the storm to watch right now. Any other questions? Robert is also asking, and if you went to our Raising Hail tour, you heard Derek talk about the bear's cage. Yes, there is no way out of this, right? This storm is moving so fast. The only way out is either into the tornado or up into the bear's cage or up into the hail area, right? And so there is no way out of this. This is where Derek likes to go because he likes to sit right in the middle of the hail. And so you are looking at the bear's cage right now. I love that memory. If you were at the Raising Hail tour, you know exactly what Robert's talking about right now. Yeah, too bad we don't have a chaser in there. I bet we would be getting some great hail footage right now. Where are we at? What's the closest town? Seymour, just to the north of Seymour. Outside of Marshfield. Maines is up here somewhere. Right there. So this storm is going into Grove Spring right now, and then we'll see this storm kind of paralleling the highway here. Eventually going into Competition, Missouri. Really, really impressive storm right now. Just reading some of the notes from other meteorologists. Making sure I'm not missing anything here. Here's your tornado. We're watching for where the greens are touching the reds. Some really, really strong wind with this as well. There's your tornado. There's your large hail. This is in southern Kansas. What other questions do we have on this Friday evening? Storms are moving fast here. Let me switch over to our wide view. So if you're not in Springfield, you know, what are we looking at here? Well, the rest of the U.S., yes, we're getting storms in 2 different states now, 3, if you include this little tiny severe thunderstorm warning up in northern Nebraska. Iowa, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 severe thunderstorm warnings right now into central Missouri. These are really fast movers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 severe thunderstorm warnings in Missouri. We are finally starting to see storms fire up in Louisiana. These are a bit later than what we expected originally. We expected storms to be going by now, or maybe even an hour ago we expected storms to be going. So we are finally seeing storms fire up in northeastern Missouri, northeastern Louisiana, there you go, as well. So kind of giving you a wider view of what we're seeing. And then eventually we'll see all of these storms continue to track to the east into St. Louis, Chicago, Memphis through the late night hours. Michael's asking about Union City, Martin, and Paris. He's talking about northwestern Tennessee. I was like, what state are these cities in? Did we do a radar outlook of northwestern Tennessee yet? A future radar outlook? If not, we can do that now. And actually, Martin, were you on here whenever, I think we were covering Paris, Tennessee, just a few weeks ago. It was a Saturday night. I kind of remember that. I don't remember Union City, but I do remember Paris, and it's right by like Sandy something. Is that correct? All right, I have it set up here. Into the evening hours, you can see that we are expecting storms by about 8 o'clock. You'll see isolated storms. I'm very interested to see the severity of these storms. I think if they stay isolated, then we could probably see a pretty decent risk for a tornado and some large hail. That would be the biggest risk that I see if these storms stay isolated earlier on in the late night hours. So we're talking about 9 to 10 o'clock here. More storms through the early morning hours. So you're going to have at least 2 rounds of storms here, but I think that you have even more storms tomorrow morning. Is that correct? Out of Tennessee, you do. Late morning, early afternoon, once again, northwestern Tennessee, looks like you have a chance for storms. So I know, Martin, you said earlier that it looks like northwestern Tennessee could get missed. However, I would argue that, I would beg to differ here, because I think that you have multiple chances to get storms in your area, not just 1, not just 2, but it looks like 3 chances for storms in your area, although it does look like an area that's a bit messy, so it doesn't have a clear hazard target, if that makes sense. So will that be high wind? Will that be a tornado? Will that be large hail? I don't think that's the right word to use, but yeah, I think that that's probably the timeline that you're watching here. You're going to have maybe 9 to 10 o'clock tonight, a storm or 2, another one early tomorrow morning, like 1, 2 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then another one late morning, early afternoon. Alrighty, moving back to our very, very impressive storm, our tornado warning just outside of Springfield, Missouri. Whew, so impressive. Look at that high wind. I mean, you know exactly, you don't have to be a meteorologist to know exactly what we're talking about here. You can see the exact area that we're keeping an eye on for that tornado right here. That's what we're watching for. And at the very least, very large hail out of this. I wonder what our meteorologists are mapping. And again, I'm not a mapping meteorologist, I am a meteorologist. So while I can speculate to what they think is going on right here, they definitely have a better understanding of what's going on right here. Grove Spring getting the first few hailstones in Grove Spring right now, but you have some bigger hailstones coming. Look at, and you can see the storm motion. So I'm going to back this up just a little bit and then go forward. Watch this storm. There's your hail right there. Go into Grove Spring. So you've got this coming your way. You've got this coming your way as well. Ash says, whoa, big hail ball. Yeah, very impressive hail ball here. Ash saying, tornado in Webster. Are you referring to this tornado warning? I'm zooming out and seeing if there's another tornado warning that I'm missing here, and I don't see one, so I assume that you're talking about maybe there's a Webster in this area. I don't see that town name. Here, I want to take a look at some of these other storms. What are we talking about? For hail, I'm going to leave this radar up so you can watch this tornado warned storm and you can watch this hail come into Grove Spring right now. But I'm going to go, if you look on the bottom right hand side of your screen, I've got a radar that shows a much wider area from Jefferson City. Let's see, what are we expecting in Jefferson City? Quarter-sized hail. Most of these storms are warned for high winds, 60, 70 mile per hour wind speeds, quarter-sized hail, small hail as we go into the northern side of Missouri. Let's go right outside of Des Moines. Not even warned for hail up here. I told you these were messy storms that I just did not think would turn into anything impressive. So we've got 60 miles, 70 mile per hour wind, and if any hail at all, very small. Not very impressive the farther north that you go into Iowa. Much, much more impressive down in Springfield. And I still have St. Louis as the place to watch tonight. That's what I think that we should be keeping an eye on, is in a few hours, St. Louis. Be ready. I think we have a question about Gainesville, Missouri. Gainesville, just to the east of Branson, for all of those who don't know, in the southern side of Missouri, so we're talking south central side here. You are in, I think, a tornado watch. However, you have not had any storms yet. So we haven't seen anything in Gainesville quite yet. I would give it another half hour and you will see some storms in your area. Maybe closer to an hour. Switching over to our wide view here. So this is where we're watching for that tornado, that really, really impressive storm that's going into Grove Spring right now. But we do have some more storms forming down in the northern side of Arkansas, so I wanted to point those out. These will probably go up pretty fast and go severe here pretty soon. And then we've got some storms going up in eastern Louisiana, also in a tornado. I think it's tornado warned right now. Excuse me, not tornado warned, tornado watch. In a tornado watch right now that goes until I think 11 o'clock this evening. So I'd really keep an eye on these storms right here. If you're in Gainesville, Bakersfield, West Plains, keep an eye on these storms out here. Ash is mentioning Saturday, we've got some strong storms coming. Yeah, absolutely. Joseph asking about Chicagoland. We did a Chicago forecast earlier, but I am happy to go back to that. All right, headed to Chicago. So Chicago, your storms are going to come in later on tonight. We're talking about 9, 10 o'clock tonight, maybe a bit later. We did this earlier and I've already forgotten. At the earliest 11 o'clock, but probably closer to midnight to 1 o'clock out of here. I remember this now, out of here by 2:30. So it's going to be late. You may be in bed by this point, so make sure that you have several ways to get your warnings, whether that be on your phone, maybe from a friend, maybe the TV if you're going to stay up. But make sure that you're not relying on those outdoor warning sirens, those tornado sirens, because that doesn't always wake you up. You may not even be able to hear that from your house or wherever you are tonight. Reading some of the comments here. Thank you for joining us this evening. If you guys are just now joining us, you're looking at a forecast for Chicago for these overnight storms, these nocturnal storms, but we can go back to the radar and actually switching over to a more detailed radar here. This is our GR2. This is your tornado warning right here. There's your hail right here. There's your potential tornado. And the National Weather Service continues to shrink this tornado warning I'm reading here. National Weather Service now saying radar confirmed tornado. They're saying this is a damaging tornado with baseball-size hail, so two different major hazards here. Damaging tornado with baseball-size hail. At 6:59, just 2 minutes ago, a confirmed tornado was located 7 miles north of Hartville, or 20 miles east of Marshfield, moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. That is a fast-moving storm, 55 miles an hour. I don't want to chase anything moving over about 40 to 45 miles an hour, if even that. This is a fast-moving storm. This is very hard to outrun. This is a storm that you do not want to be in. especially with all of this hail flying as well. As we mentioned earlier, you get into this area and you can't get out because you've got hail on one side of you and you've got a tornado on the other. And you're right, whoever said earlier, that's a decent debris ball. There it is right there where that red square is on your screen. There is the debris ball. So we know that that's a debris ball because we see the hail up here where my mouse is. You guys can see that. And then we know this is the tornado because here highlighted in blue, you get these specks of blue right here. We call this correlation coefficient down on the bottom left side of your screen, CC for short. So if you say the CC is popping up blue, that means that there's a debris ball. It means that this tornado is lofting objects into the air that are bigger than what the radar is used to seeing. And we know that that is a tornado on the ground because it is lofting debris into the air. So we call it a debris ball, and you can see that right here. Some high wind. This as well. What are other questions? Michael says baseball size hail is insane. Yeah, if you're out in it, it could be extremely dangerous, extremely dangerous. And so we're seeing that hail outside of this tornado warning or just on the very edge of the tornado warning right here is where we're seeing that hail. I can put my red square on it. That's where we're seeing the hail at. Still warned, baseball-sized hail, 2.5 inches or larger, pretty decent size. So this is the only tornado warning right now. Some of these other, let's see, some of these other severe thunderstorm warnings. Here, we can go up here a little bit. Pretty soon we're going to have to switch radars. But I do want to mention some of these other storms here. We're getting a hail spike right here from this storm. It looks like we could probably see some decent sized hail just outside of Lebanon. I hope I'm saying that right. And headed into the north side of Waynesville, eventually into Dixon. We know that there's some pretty decent sized hail in this storm as well. This severe thunderstorm warning is warned for golf ball sized hail, but I would be questioning if it's larger than the size of a golf ball. As you head farther to the north, your hail sizes are going to go down. Yep, I was correct. Quarter-sized hail in Tuscumbia, Brumley. Headed up to Jefferson City. Quarter-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So as you head farther up to the north into places like central and northern Missouri and into Iowa, it's going to be a wind event. But if you're farther down to the south, anywhere from Springfield, eventually into St. Louis, it's a hail and a tornadic event. All of these storms now just to the south of the Ozarks, south and east of the Ozarks, Rogersville, outside of Saddlebrook, going right into where we just saw this tornado on the ground. So these storms, we call this training because just like a train comes one after another, you know, like train cars, they follow the same track. That's how these storms are here. It's like they're on the same track. And once one area gets hit, it becomes very dangerous because then another storm is behind that area and they're going to get hit once again. So this is a very dangerous situation that's going on right now. National Weather Service giving us an update right here, but I don't see anything different from what I updated you guys earlier. Some things here that I'm reading from some of our other meteorologists, we are in a really good area for long track tornadoes. What that means is a tornado that's on the ground for a long period of time. Most of the time we say that's right around 25 to 30 miles. So, I mean, that's a long time for this tornado to be on the ground. And if I were judging here right now, if the tornado was on the ground, I would say most likely yes. We still have a pretty decent debris ball with this. Hail up here, tornado down here. You can see the reds and the greens still touching, that we call that gate to gate. So we still have most likely a tornado on the ground, and it's been on the ground for at least 10 minutes here. At least 10 minutes. I'm going to go with at least 10 minutes. Ash is asking, I'm in Maine's. Is the tornado moving towards you? It depends on which side of Maine's that you're in. Maine's proper, you're out of the tornado. It's to the north and west of you. However, you have storms farther back to the south that will most likely come your way. I wouldn't go outside and look at this right now. I mean, look, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm not terribly concerned about that tornado. However, you still have some pretty decent sized hail farther back to the south of you, the south and west of you. These storms are moving fast too, so it's going to get to you before you know it, moving fast at 65 miles an hour, moving to the northeast. These storms are warned for tennis ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Hang on one second. I'm back. Ash asks, thank you, would you recommend me taking cover now? I would definitely stay inside. I don't think that you have to go to the middle room of your house quite yet. If you want to stay outside of your technical tornado shelter for this moment being, I would say you're fine, but I would prepare. I would prepare right now. So are there anything that you need to take with you? Stay away from all windows, because once this hail does come closer to you, it's going to be pretty wind driven, and that could break windows. That could do impacts to your house. So you're going to have some high wind here pretty soon, and you're probably going to get hail pretty soon. It depends on what side of Maine's. Are you on the north side, or are you on like the southeast side? On the southeast side, I'm not terribly concerned about it. You're right on the edge of these storms. Again, they're going to go on the same track, so they're going to just about follow each other all the way up to the north and east. Do you see this track that I'm talking about here? Just one after another, after another. On the northeast side of Maine's, yeah, then I would go ahead and stay away from all windows, all doors. We had a chat issue, so put your chats in the comments section. I can't see anything that happened before this moment right now, just because it looks like our program restarted. I'm going to watch this storm for a few more minutes. We're going to watch the next few radar scans, and then we'll go through a forecast, and we'll talk about exactly what we're expecting for the rest of the night. It is 7 o'clock right now, 7:11 currently. Put your cities in the chat, and I will try to get to each specific city. The nice thing about doing this vlog style, so that I can be sitting down in control of the radar, is that I can tailor this forecast to exactly where you guys are across the US. I'm just tweaking the forecast right now, seeing if there's anything that we need to update. I'll give you an example. Our forecast right now still has Kansas City and the potential for hail, but these storms have moved past Kansas City. So I'm moving Kansas City out of that hail zone. Check on our tornado. We do have a new tornado warning. Let's see, this tornado warning is very similar to what we saw earlier, moving to the northeast at 65 miles an hour, so picking up a little bit of speed here. The biggest hazards is, of course, a tornado, and still tennis ball size hail is what we're seeing from this storm. Tennis ball size hail, that is just a massive hailstorm, a massive hailstones coming from this storm. There you go. Where are we at in Maine? Okay, you've got a little bit of rain now, but maybe some small hail falling. I would say just about now is your time that you should definitely move away from all windows and doors. I would try to move to the innermost room of your house if you can. You're not in a tornado warning. You may be on the very edge of it, but you do have some hail coming your way. So I'm watching for these two storms right here. I'm going to just skim the northern corner of Maine, especially if you're in the northeast side. I would start to move to that innermost room of your house. And for all of you who are just joining, you can look at the radar right now. You can see exactly the storm that we're keeping an eye on. However, I am updating the forecast, so I'm going to be a little quiet while I update the forecast. Again, we do have a tornado warned storm. This is a lot more difficult now than it was earlier to tell if this tornado is still on the ground. I think that we have the potential that it is. We see that strong wind. It's getting a lot more cluttered than it was earlier, and we know that this has some really, really large hail in it, up to tennis ball size hail, I think is what we're watching for right now. But I am going to work on the forecast, and we'll do a forecast here in just a few minutes for what we're expecting later on tonight. All right, let's get to that forecast real quick. We had one question while I was working on stuff about mains. You're probably getting some pretty heavy, uh, some pretty high wind right now, definitely. And maybe you're getting close to that hail. You may be getting hail, kind of depending on where you are in the city. You may be just on the edge of this. You're probably getting some high wind. I know that you said that you can start to hear that storm outside of your window. It's probably getting pretty close, maybe some lightning and thunder. Don't be scared, just be prepared. You can see after every single radar movement, here's a radar scan, here's a radar scan, here's a radar scan. The storms are going to inch closer to you. So yeah, just stay in your shelter for now. I would stay there. This severe thunderstorm warning that you're in right here goes until 7:45. So at least 25 more minutes. I think there was a question about how long to stay in your shelter. At least 25 more minutes. Put as many walls between you and the outside that you can. I'm going to give you guys a quick update before we get to that forecast here. An update on a tornado warning. Ooh, a pretty impressive tornado chance here. This tornado warning goes until 8 o'clock. This is for Fulton, Reedsville, McCain, just outside of Jefferson City. So we're outside of the St. Louis metro, but barely. This tornado warning, they must be accounting for how fast these storms are moving because it's warned for quite a large area going all the way into Montgomery City. And they are saying that the storm speed is at 60 miles an hour. Okay, it's pretty fast. It's about what we've seen this entire night. Let me switch radars and we'll get you a better look at this. Alrighty. Oh, I thought that you could see how about now? Okay, there you go. So we're looking at the St. Louis radar now. There's the potential tornado. Turn correlation coefficient on. Not seeing any debris lofted in the air from your CC values yet. However, we're pretty far out from this radar, so we're probably looking pretty high up into the storm. So if you think about a storm, if this is the surface and this is the top of the storm, the farther and farther we are away from the radar, the farther and farther we're looking up into the storm. Does that make sense? That's something that I know is hard to understand, but the closer and closer we are to the radar, the closer we're looking to the surface. So we know what's happening at the surface whenever we're close to the radar, but the farther we are away, the higher up we're looking into the storm, so it's hard to tell what's going on at the surface. Not terribly worried about the hail here. However, that tornado is what we're worried about in Fulton. So this is in the central portion of Missouri, almost smack dab in the central portion of the state, moving to the east, the northeast about 60 miles an hour. Biggest concern here is a tornado. There's your rotation right there, gate to gate right there. But I do want to take a little break and I want to go to your forecast. So here's your forecast because I know we had a lot of people asking about what's happening for the rest of the night. So here's your forecast. You may see Omaha and Kansas City still included in a risk. This is the Storm Prediction Center's risk. They just haven't updated yet. I think that update is coming pretty soon. However, they have not updated theirs yet. I have updated ours, so you're going to see a changed risk here in just a few minutes. Here we are from St. Louis. Right about now, actually, this is what we're seeing on our current radar, but we are expecting this to move across into St. Louis by about 9 o'clock. So we still have another hour and a half as we approach the St. Louis metro. I want you to look at storms that go into St. Louis. They're right to the south of I-44. They'll basically parallel the highway as they move into the city. So just so you know, what we're watching for right now, switch over here. Oh, that's not what I wanted. What we're watching for from these storms down here, just to the south of I-44, will most likely be the storms that track into St. Louis. They've already been, you know, a storm has a history, and you got to respect that history because history is likely to repeat itself. So you got to respect this history. You got to respect what's happening right now because these will be the storms that impact St. Louis. Moving back over to your graphics here, here's what we're expecting as we head into the evening hours, late evening, 9 o'clock, storms moving into St. Louis, tracking across the city, out of the metro by 11:30, maybe midnight. And that's whenever storms start to move into Chicago between, at the earliest, 11 o'clock, maybe more promising time period, 12 to 1, out of the city by 12:30. And I think those are the main cities that we're seeing hit tonight. We do have a chance for storms down to the south, and I thought this radar went to the south. Let me see if this one does. There we go. Okay, so let's head to the south now. Now we are starting to see some storms pop up over this eastern side of Louisiana. However, they're not looking as impressive right now as we originally expected. So I'm kind of wondering if what you're seeing here on the forecast, I mean, isn't going to happen. Are these staying capped? Maybe they'll blow up later on tonight. Very interesting. Either way, what our future radar is showing right now is that these storms are going to be pretty messy. Scattered showers and storms are expected as we head into the overnight hours, most of these happening after sundown, most of these happening in the dark. That's the most dangerous time for tornadoes to happen. Coming into Memphis by about midnight, maybe a bit later, you're sleeping by this point, and into the early morning hours tomorrow. An updated hail forecast for you. So obviously I've moved everything to the east just a little bit. St. Louis, I think that you still have the best chance for large hail. If we're going to pick a big city to get large hail, I think it's definitely St. Louis. That hail size goes down the farther north that you go. It becomes more of a wind event if you're to the north of I-70. I-70 runs in between KC, Kansas City, and St. Louis. The farther south that you go, if we can get these storms to form out in Jackson, going into the north into Memphis, I think that we could see some pretty decent storms. I think that we could see pretty decent hail in this area. However, right now, these storms aren't even on the radar, so no promises there. Birmingham, hail possible, most likely on the smaller side, smaller than the size of a ping pong ball. Nashville, low chance for hail in your area. Here's your hail forecast. By early tomorrow morning, that's whenever we start to see that risk for hail go down and move to the east. There you go. But it ramps back up by early tomorrow afternoon, and that's whenever we see the risk for tornadoes ramp back up as well. Late tomorrow morning, early tomorrow afternoon. Then as we track farther to the east through Saturday night into Sunday morning, pretty low chance for hail. Largest forecasted hail size for today. I think that this has probably already come to fruition. We had baseball-sized hail on the docket for today I think there's a good chance that we've already seen that. I haven't looked at verified reports or not. For your wind forecast today into the overnight hours, I think that we could probably see, these colors are wrong. I did this quickly. These colors are wrong here. New tornado warning. We'll check on that here in just a minute. I think that we should probably be in that 74 to 95 category. This is obviously the wrong shade here. However, I still like what we have for our risk levels. Pretty good chance for high wind if we can get storms to form from Jackson to Memphis to Birmingham. Lower chance the farther north that we go. While we won't have a ton of hail in Peoria, you probably will see some strong winds from these storms. And then of course St. Louis as well, you're going to have a tornado risk as well as a high wind risk. Looking at tomorrow morning, storms will continue through the overnight hours. Not terribly worried about the farther northern states like into the Midwest. That big risk for tornadoes will be farther down to the south and to the southeast and to our Gulf states. By tomorrow morning, I'm not terribly concerned with these storms. You're definitely going to have a flood concern from Tennessee up to Kentucky. But what we're really watching for is in the late morning hours into the early afternoon, we're going to start, and you can kind of see it right there. Do you guys see that? What we call discrete supercells. And I wish I could zoom into this map and make it a little bit bigger for you guys. But do you guys see those isolated storms there, 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 there? That's what we're watching for. So if these can stay isolated enough away from each other, so the energy that they have is all to themselves, I think that we could organize into, we call this discrete supercells, we could organize into some pretty strong thunderstorms. And that's where you get those strong to violent tornadoes that are long track on the ground for a long period of time. That's a pretty dangerous situation. You kind of know the drill here. Be prepared, not scared. But that's what we're seeing from these storms by the late morning, early afternoon hours into, what is this, the late evening, finally starting to decrease in severity into the overnight hours. And then we still have a risk on the East Coast for Sunday. I thought that was one of my next graphics. It's not. Here's tomorrow's severe threat. I would call that extreme to high threat for tornadoes. Large hail is going to be on the docket, but I think it'll be more isolated than what we're seeing right now. High wind, of course, is going to be a big threat as well. Here's your hail risk for tomorrow. Jackson to Nashville, I think, will be the best chances for hail. The larger hail farther down to the south into places like Jackson, Mississippi. Anywhere highlighted here in red, I think is, of course, going to have the largest hailstones. I could even put like a few more in here. I think there's going to be a corridor like right here. Not as far south as the coast. I think that you're going to have a lower chance for hail, maybe more isolated storms along the coast. But if I could just take a pin and draw right in here, this is where I think that the largest and most likelihood for large hail would be for tomorrow. High wind on the board as well, anywhere from Jackson to Nashville to Atlanta. Even someone asked about Cincinnati earlier. Cincinnati in that as well. However, if I were to choose the biggest hazard for Cincinnati tomorrow, it'd be the wind. You have a low tornado risk, pretty low hail risk as well. Here's your tornado forecast. I'll explain this very quickly, and then we are going to get back to the radar because we do have a tornado warning right now and some really large hail. So I want to get back to that here in just a minute. But here's your tornado forecast, highlighted in red to pink to lighter pink. We're going to see more tornadoes in these areas. So all of these have the potential for strong tornadoes. However, the likelihood for more tornadoes as we go closer to this lighter pink. Does that make sense? The more numerous the tornadoes will get. I hope that makes sense. I hope that I said that in a way that makes sense. Either way, the likelihood for tornadoes tomorrow is a high likelihood. It's a level 5 out of 5. It does not get higher than this. So have a plan. Be prepared. We have not seen, I don't think, I may be wrong on this, but I don't think that we've seen a high risk since like 2021. It's been a while. We had one in 2019. I know that. These happen every few years, but it's definitely rare to happen every single year. Tomorrow, baseball size hail is possible, and there's your Sunday risk out to the east. Just hugging the East Coast. There you go. On Sunday. And there's your forecast. Let's hop back over to the radar. Getting some updates now from, what did we say? May? Is that correct? Mains? Yeah, that's what we've been keeping an eye on. Ash is saying the power just went out in Mains. So what you're looking at right now is the St. Louis radar. I think that we're going to look at the storm first, and then we'll go down to the south. I think that we have a confirmed tornado on the ground down to the south, paralleling the highway. What did we say earlier? This was Highway 44. Some hail possible with this tornado warning. However, I think what we're warning for right now is the potential for a spin-up tornado. Not anything on the ground. The National Weather Service saying tornado and quarter-sized hail is what we're warning for right now. Moving to the northeast at 75 miles an hour. Holy moly, this thing is very fast. Moving down to the south now. All right, switching radars here. We're going out of the Springfield radar now. Zoom down a little bit here. Play-Doh. Probably some decent sized hail in this area. Robbie, how do you say that town name? Hail in here as well. Where is that tornado? Most likely right here, where that red square is. The National Weather Service saying damaging tornado and tennis ball size hail moving to the northeast at 60 miles an hour. And this warning goes until 8:15. Yeah, right here is where I would say that tornado is. And again, this is just outside of Edgar Springs, in between Edgar Springs and Waynesville, headed into Rolla. Now, one thing that's really interesting about this storm, and that is definitely something to note, is that this storm has been paralleling the highway this entire time. It has not crossed the highway. However, I get a little bit nervous about these towns as this tornado is looking like it'll cross the highway now. Not only a highway, but also a major road that's going right through Rolla. So this tornado could be a lot more impactful than what it already has been. It's already been impactful. And it looks like we could have two, this one not as defined, farther down to the south, just outside of Play-Doh, between Play-Doh and Licking. This one in between Waynesville and Edgar Springs, a lot more defined here. All right, we are going to take a little break here. It looks like I've answered all questions that have come in for now, but I will be back to give you guys updates as we go throughout the next hour or two at least. Um, but I'm going to hop off right now and I'm going to get some work done. I'm going to update the forecast once again so you guys can have a good updated forecast here in just a few minutes. If you do have any questions, I'll be monitoring the chat and I'll be monitoring the questions and I'll hop back on and answer your questions. I think you guys can hear me. I wanted to jump back on here because we do have some storms going through a bigger city now, so we do want to talk about that. One update on mains, because I know we had someone watching on from mains earlier. You guys did just have some decent sized hail come through your area. However, you do have one more storm behind you that's coming through as well. So here's mains. Here's that next storm. So I would stay inside until this storm passes and maybe even wait on this one as well. Okay, so stay with us for a little bit because you still have some storms coming your way. This is again what we call training, where it's like these storms are on a train track and they're going to hit the same place just over and over and over. But I want to switch radar views here, and I want to get up to a storm that's coming through Rolla right now that's crossing over highway, I think this was 44. I can double check that here in just a few minutes. And switching over radars. Going down to the south here. Here we go. This is what I really wanted to look at here. So it's a tricky storm to follow here because it's right in between two radars. We can look at it from one radar and we don't get a great view. We can look at it from another. We also don't get a great view. So I'll go back and forth here. We'll start in your St. Louis radar and then we may move to your other one. That's coming out of Springfield. So this is in Rolla right now. Here's your tornado warning. The National Weather Service has this warning for not only a tornado, but also baseball-sized hail. Okay, so that's really impressive hail. Going through Rolla right now, there's your couplet, but this is looking pretty far up into the storm. So I think I liked the other one better. I'm going to go back to Springfield here. And we're going to go, here's Springfield. Still, it's hard to see this storm. Either way, going through Rolla right now, it does look like if this tornado is not confirmed, it's definitely, the storm has some rotation in it. I don't know if this is confirmed or not. Either way, baseball-sized hail and a potential tornado going through Rolla right now. And I think that's how you say it. I may be wrong on that. Is it Rolla? Let's see if we can get any cameras on this. Let's see, does Missouri have any traffic cameras? There we go. Oh yeah, okay. All right. High wind gust. I'll show you guys this camera here in just a minute. It's dark, so whatever we do see is going to be a very, very limited view. One question, great question here. Where's Rolla? Okay, so it's right in the middle of Springfield and St. Louis. Springfield here down in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, go up to the north and east, then you find St. Louis right in the middle there. So a very trafficked area, and I can see from these cameras that we do have cars on the road. Let me see if I can bring this camera in. So it's not going to be the best view. This is the best we've got. But I want to show you this because, yeah, you can see that there are cars on the road. Cars are still, they're flashing their hazards, so there's definitely, they notice that something is coming. Holy moly, we've got a lot of lightning and I'm sure a lot of thunder as well. Let's go to a different camera. So this camera is just outside of where we're watching the storm right now. This actually probably in the storm. Let's see. Okay, you can see that the rain is blowing in front of those lights, showing some really high winds. Still some cars driving through this area. During a tornado warning, they're driving through. Lots of lightning still. The camera kind of moving back and forth here. I don't know. I think that my webcam went off. Where am I? Okay, there I am. That's okay. You needed to see the storms a lot more than you needed to see me. We still see some cars on the road, but it looks like some others have stopped. You can kind of see that. Oh, and it looks like we may have lost our camera, so there could be some power outages. What about this camera? Ooh, look at the wind. Look at the wind blowing across the intersection. Or the rain, rather, blowing across the intersection. The wind is blowing this rain across the intersection. This is at Highway 63 and North Kings Highway in Rolla. Courtesy of Missouri Department of Transportation, we again may be losing some power here. So we'll go back to this camera. We can't see much, but we can see a ton of lightning, most likely a lot of thunder. And you see these white lights? These are cars on the highway, and you can see all of that rain that is blowing in front of them. Oh. Wow, pretty impressive view right here. Some really big lightning strikes, and I'm wondering if these are power flashes that we just saw a minute ago. Let me see what other cameras we have in this area. That's about it. Ash is saying some updates from Maine's. I think that, and that's where you're at, right? That there's some. You said you got it bad. What can you tell us if it's safe for you to chat right now? Can you tell us exactly what that means? And I do want to give you a little update that you do have storms coming back your way. So I put the radar on Maine's right here. You do have another storm coming your way that's behind that original storm that you're saying you got it bad from. Tell me what that means. Is that hail? Is that high wind? If it's safe, if not, stay in that area that you took shelter in earlier. Stay there because you've got another storm coming your way. It doesn't look like it's going to be as bad as the storm that has already come through, but it does look like you've got another storm coming your way. Maybe 2, maybe 3 more storms coming your way. So I want an update on that if it's safe to do so. However, I also want to get an update on this storm that's coming through Rolla right now. Okay, here's your update. A confirmed tornado was located over Rolla, moving to the northeast at 60 miles an hour. Damaging tornado confirmed by the National Weather Service, and tennis ball size hail. And again, that is the storm right here on your radar, moving through Rolla right now. And actually, we have the best view with this camera right here because it should be moving over this camera here in a few minutes. Let me confirm my location with this camera here. Okay, I'm going to make this widescreen so you guys can see it a little bit better. Oh yeah, it's right on top of this camera right now. It's hard to tell what's going on, but you can see that traffic looks like it's stopped coming from the other direction, or at least slowed down. Those big strike of lightning, or maybe even a power flash. There, you can see that even the big trucks have their lights flashing. That's usually an indication that they know that something is going on. Let's see if we can get an update on power outages. Power outages, potentially not updated at this point, but it does say only 171 without power. The county just to the west of there, over 1,000 without power. However, only about 5,000 live in this county. Okay, we're turning the camera here, potentially trying to get a look at this storm that's going through. I can't confirm exactly which way this camera is facing. However, my assumption at this point is it's facing to the north and now back to the east, based on how I see the highway go here. Let's see if we can see this storm coming through. Obviously, this area has seen a lot of improvement because cars have stopped flashing their lights. Well, not all of them. Let's see what other camera view we have. It's really blurry. There's not a lot you can see except for potentially power outages, if not tons of lightning. So I can tell you, if I take this off, this is where the storm is right now. Here's your camera facing towards the storm. So we've got a pretty decent view from some of these highway cameras, courtesy of the Missouri Department of Transportation. And I am getting a report for the pronunciation. Rolla is the correct pronunciation here. One person asking, where is this right now? So if we zoom out a little bit, we can see here's St. Louis. Down here is Springfield. We're right in the middle of Springfield and St. Louis. Your storm would be about here. About here. Looking into the storm here. If this was daylight, I bet we would have a great view. However, it's dangerous for nocturnal tornadoes are dangerous, mainly because you don't have a view of these storms. You don't have a view of these tornadoes. You don't know when it's coming. I mean, you see things like this. You don't know when it's coming. Many people still on the road here. I mean, this is a major highway. Let's back up here. I think if there was a view we would want, it'd be a clearer view, but basically this location right here. I'm going to switch back over to radar so you can see exactly what we're looking at now. Back to your radar. So this is where the storm is looking into. I think, excuse me, this is where the camera is looking into. I think that camera is located right about here. So of course we're looking into the messiest but most potential for a tornado part of the storm. Again, the National Weather Service said that this was a confirmed tornado, a damaging tornado, tennis ball size hail. I'm surprised this camera has not lost power yet. Lots of flashing lights on the highways. Lots of people are running their hazards here. Again, the car is one of the most dangerous places that you can be during a tornado. It may protect you from the hail. It is one of the most dangerous places that you can be during a tornado, however. Tons of lightning from this storm. And I'm wondering what the National Weather Service is going to do with this tornado warning, because it looks like the best part of this storm is now out of the warning, maybe just on the very edge. So I'm gonna big flash of lightning there. I'm gonna remove this, and I'm gonna go back to our radar. So I'm looking right here. For a potential tornado, wondering if they're going to extend that. And again, this is, oh, they did. Okay, hang on, they did extend it. They're not confirming this tornado right now. They're saying that the hail sizes could be going down. Golf ball sized hail is what we're watching for now. Earlier, it was warned for tennis ball sized hail. Still, this storm is moving very fast to the northeast at 60 miles an hour. They do say this storm did produce a tornado in Rolla, reported by the fire department there. And if we look a little ahead, we've been talking about this storm in particular for quite some time now. I'm going to say over an hour. I think it was 6:49, if I remember correctly, that we first heard that this storm produced a tornado. And that was way back down to the south of the highway. We saw this, we followed the storm all the way up as it crossed the highway here. And now it's getting pretty close to St. Louis. We have this tornado warning is warned for the next 30 minutes, now just hugging the St. Louis metro. And so this is something that if you're in St. Louis, you need to start being aware of this, and you need to start taking your precautions, because we're talking about the northwest side of St. Louis could be in the path of this storm if it maintains its strength and its organization over the next hour to hour and a half. So we'll say maybe an hour for some of these communities on the outskirts of St. Louis here, 30 minutes until it gets to Union. So we're watching, I mean, follow this storm up, and it'll be going into the northwestern side, excuse me, the northwestern side of St. Louis. We even have storms behind this storm, behind that storm that produced a tornado in Rolla, some really decent sized hail. I would say probably between the size of a golf ball and a baseball just to the south of Rolla now. And then we even have storms just down the line that are all headed into St. Louis right now. I'm actually going to switch radars so you can see that a little bit better. Going to our St. Louis radar. Okay, so look at this. Do you see that track that I was talking about? Headed into St. Louis. And then we have storm after storm after storm after storm after storm that is going to take that same track into a major city. So just to confirm, a little radar update here, okay? We'll do a little radar update. We're going to zoom out a little bit, go a little bit a wider view, and then we'll go back to the storm here in just a few minutes. But I want to give you an update. Here's one tornado warning. I think we have three, at least three right now, warned for a potential tornado and golf ball size hail. Here's another one right to the south of the highway, right to the south of Rolla, into Lake Spring, moving to the northeast, right here. There's your hail. There's your potential tornado. Steelville, that's the next place that needs to probably take your precautions now, because if this continues to rotate, it could come, and it's looking a little bit more impressive now. This is looking a little bit more impressive than what we saw in the last scan. Steelville, Keysville, Cook Station will be the next places that could be hit. So there's 2 tornado warnings. I said there was a third one. A fourth one. Switch radars here. If you guys are playing bingo at home, every time I say switch radars, you guys get a point. Here's your Springfield radar. Here's a tornado warning in Mountain Home. So this is in northern Arkansas. Zoom out a little bit so you can tell where we are. Here's Oklahoma. Here's Arkansas. Here's Missouri. Here's St. Louis. Here's Springfield. 1, 2 tornadoes in this area. Tornado warnings, excuse me, for Mountain Home and not a ton of towns around here. Marshall. Probably some decent sized hail as well. I know that I need to probably switch to a different radar here, but I'm just showing you guys the location of these. And then, oh, we have another one now. Okay. This is what we were talking about earlier. This is why we have such a, I mean, what are we at today? Moderate risk? Is that what we had today? This is why, because I'll zoom out here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings right now. The higher the risk, the more likely we are to have a lot of warnings. That's how the National Weather Service does it. And this is what they were talking about. This is a lot of warnings for one little area. So here's your next tornado warning. This is for Drake, Missouri. The National Weather Service has this warned until 9 o'clock, and for quarter-size hail. And if we go to kind of zoom out and give you guys a really wide view of what we're seeing here, still storms out in the eastern side of Louisiana, not looking impressive at all by any means. Could these start to fire up soon? We'll see. The most impressive, of course, in northern Arkansas, going into Missouri right now, headed into St. Louis within the next 45 minutes. These storms that are up on the Iowa-Illinois state line, these are warned for 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. They're calling these destructive because of the high winds. No hail with these, but destructive because of the high winds, 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I think that would trigger a WEA, which is that it's WEA, WEA. That is the alert on your phone that makes that loud, like, like an Amber Alert. That loud noise, excuse me. So both of these storms, both of these warnings here highlighted in yellow, this polygon that's a little bit darker than the rest, and then this polygon is warned for 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And then some weaker severe thunderstorms farther up to the north. Going into Minnesota. So the bulk of your activity is anywhere from the southern side of Iowa now going into Illinois, eastern side of Missouri, and northern side of Arkansas. This is where we're looking at right here. High wind up here, hail and tornado activity down here from central to southern Missouri into northern Arkansas. And again, these tornado warnings are warned for until 9 o'clock. So we've got about 40 minutes. So a big heads up to St. Louis. If you're in St. Louis, you probably have about an hour until these storms get closer to you, close enough that you will start to need to take action. So this is the time. Be prepared, not scared. Be prepared. Start preparing now. I'm looking at traffic cameras in Sullivan. It looks like we're having some issues loading them, so I'm wondering if there's power outages in Sullivan right now. It's a little ahead of where we would expect a power outage to be, but we are getting traffic delays, which usually means a wreck, which usually means severe weather. Let's switch over to our St. Louis radar. 2 tornado warnings here. 3 tornado warnings, excuse me, here. So that one that I was talking about that could be going into Steelville, that tornado warning has been issued. And I think that this may be one of the more impressive ones that we have right now, this tail end, this southern one. Steelville, here's your tornado right here. This is probably, if I were to guess, on the ground at this point, because we are seeing some potential debris here. Here's your hail up here. And again, this is moving fast to the northeast. High winds, if nothing else. If you are in Steelville, I would definitely go into the innermost room of your house and take cover right now. I know we have a lot of people that are watching on X right now, on formerly known as Twitter. If you guys have any questions about what we're seeing on the radar, I don't think that you can respond on Twitter, so you can always hop over to YouTube or Facebook and put your questions in the comments, and we can respond to you if we know your questions. But I don't think that you can respond on Twitter, can you? I don't think that you can. So you can always hop over to the Hail Trace YouTube and ask your questions on there. We've had a lot of questions. We've answered a lot of questions tonight. Storms moving into the St. Louis metro within the next half to hour here. So put your questions in the comments section. And we'll try to get our cameras loaded back up here. It doesn't look promising right now. you want to see storm motion, you can see these storms moving in. Really impressive going into Steelville right now. I bet we have some decent hail with this. Now, again, we're looking pretty far up into the storm, so the farther you are from the radar, the higher you're looking into the storm, but still, I'm pretty impressed with what we're seeing in terms of hail right now. Sullivan, just north of Bourbon, I bet we're seeing some decent hail in this area as well, and I know that there's a camera in Sullivan. However, I have not gotten it to load, so we're at the mercy of if these cameras want to load or not. Camera's not loading. All right, just a little update for those of you who are just joining us. Rob is asking, Rob Becker here, asking, just joining in, is this tracking to the north end of St. Louis? Yes, you are correct on that. So at least these two storms will eventually head to the north end of St. Louis. However, this one is, you still have a lot of time until this storm gets to St. Louis. However, this is something that I'm watching to hit more of central to the northern side of St. Louis. So I think this one is going to be a problem maker right here for St. Louis proper. So I would keep an eye on this. If you're looking for a timeline, I would say get prepared now. Storms will probably be on your doorstep in the west side of St. Louis within the hour. Central to eastern side of St. Louis within an hour. Okay, so by about 9 o'clock, west side of the metro, by 9:30 into the central side of the metro, if not already to the east of St. Louis. We are getting some reports in St. Louis right now that we have some really strong winds going into the city right now. We're getting some reports of some trees blown over within the last hour. This is all from high winds. A vacant building collapse. Brick wall blown down, all because of high winds within the last hour. Shingles and gutter blown off of an apartment building. Some of these reported by the emergency manager, some of these reported by amateur storm spotters, amateur radio. These are some fast moving storms here. If we look farther to the north, so this is out of St. Louis, but I mean, it's not far from you. If you look farther to the north, you're looking at, these storms aren't going to have a ton of hail, but they are going to have some really strong wind. So wind up to like 70 miles an hour. This one may have more hail. I mean, this is a pretty impressive storm. But what we're really watching for are these tornado warned storms. These are probably going to have the most impressive hail. This one down in Salem, tennis ball size hail is what it's warned for. Tennis ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Salem. Michael telling us, and Michael, remind us where you are. Wind damage from this storm will be massive. I totally agree with that. I have wind damage here and tree down, and the storm has not even arrived yet. I think that the wind impact for today across a good portion of the U.S. is really impressive because even here in Oklahoma, where we had no storms today, we had some really, really high winds. That caused power outages, that caused traffic jams, caused semis to turn over, caused a lot of fires, and those fires then, of course, spread very quickly. Northwest Tennessee, oh yes, I remember now. You're talking about Paris and Union City, is that correct? Yeah, so you know what I mean by non-thunderstorm winds, just really, really strong winds. Okay, asking for any more questions. Any more questions that we can answer while we're hanging out and watching these tornado warned storms? We haven't gotten anything confirmed as of now. However, we probably have some flying hail in this storm and the potential for a tornado. Any other questions? A fourth tornado warned storm going into Salem right now. I told you that I was really impressed by this hail ball. It looks like I would put that tornado right about here. And of course you can see the potential hail highlighted there in pink and blue. This is in Salem, moving tennis ball size hail is what the National Weather Service is warning this for. Let's get an update on our power outages. So in Phelps, where that tornado moved across the highway earlier, we have seen our power outages jump about 4,000. So about 4,400 now without power. The entire county holds about 1,200 people. We're starting to see those numbers go up also as we inch closer to the city. So in Warren County, about 2,000 out power right now. And because of the high wind, up in the northern side of the state as well, we're seeing some pretty decent power outages because of the high wind in that area, and I can show you that. So there's your tornado warnings. That's what we've been talking about. Because of high wind, we have a downed tree blocking one lane of the road near Berger, Missouri. So to the south there. But in the the northern side of the state, we had some really high wind go through up to 80 miles an hour, and that knocked out some power up here as well. I bet the power outages are probably more numerous as we head into Iowa, where we have reports of 77-mile-an-hour wind speeds in Mount Pleasant, 78 in Washington County, Washington, Iowa. That is very, very strong wind. Absolutely could bring some of those trees down. 81. Ooh, I think that is the highest that we have seen so far. 81 miles an hour from a train spotter out in McDonough, Illinois. So getting into Illinois at this point. 71 miles an hour in Cedar Rapids. So some really high wind in these areas. Very intense wind. All right, so I'm going to once again leave this radar up here so that you guys can see what's going on, and I'll hop back in as these storms get a little bit closer to St. Louis. Give us about 10 to 15 minutes here, so keep the live stream going and keep your volume up so you'll know whenever I hop back on here because you'll start to hear the volume again. Until then, I'm going to leave the radar up so you can see these storms as they move into St. Louis right now, just on the edge of the metro as we speak. So these storms are heading into Union, St. Clair, on top of Sullivan right now. Sullivan, you just got a storm. You got another one coming for you. So I'm going to leave this up so that you guys can see exactly what's happening, and we will jump back in as we get a little bit closer to St. Louis. Okay, jumping back on because we do have a tornado warning that includes portions of St. Louis now. Let's get to that. I did pivot the radar so that you could see this here. Earlier we had a pretty impressive, and we still do now, debris ball moving into Villa Ridge right now. Villa Ridge included in this tornado warning that goes until 9:30. Until 9:30. Moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. That tornado is on top of Villa Ridge right now. You can see that tornado here highlighted between this yellow and this blue-green color right here. A debris ball is what we call a spike in the correlation coefficient, which means that this tornado has lofted debris high into the air, looking a lot more impressive on storm relative velocity right now. This storm headed into Villa Ridge right now, and again, this is just outside of St. Louis. So put your questions, put your comments in the comment center right now, just outside of St. Louis. That's what we're covering right now. If you go to the north, you've got all of this high wind. If you go to the south, you've got hail and tornadoes. Steelville with some large hail right now. Tornado warnings going just outside of Hillsborough on the south side of St. Louis. So eventually these will parallel the highway and go right into the city. But this is what we're watching for right now. Debris ball coming into Villa Ridge right now. Help me with this name. Labadie will be the next city that will be hit here. Augusta and that hail core right now. We're getting very close to the radar. I'm going to pull up the terminal radar in St. Louis. Give it just a minute for it to load. And I'll pull it up for you. Again, really impressive velocity signature here. We had an impressive debris ball earlier. It's a little harder to tell at this point. However, it was really impressive just a few scans ago here, and honestly, there as well. The National Weather Service is saying this is a confirmed tornado. They're saying damaging tornado and quarter-sized hail. They're saying you are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. That wording there is very intense, very significant. If you know someone in St. Louis right now, make sure that they are keeping an eye on this storm, that they are aware of this, as the National Weather Service put it, life-threatening situation, because while this is not technically in St. Louis, I think you would consider this the metro at this point, and it is headed into the northern side of St. Louis. We did have a question about St. Louis just a few minutes ago. Rob Becker had that question asking about the north end of St. Louis, and yes, we told you, what was this? 35 minutes ago. We told you to get ready in St. Louis 35 minutes ago, and this is what we were asking you to get ready for. Now that debris ball, let's check out this area of blue. This is what we call a debris ball right here, getting even more significant with this next radar scan. If I had to guess, and I'm not a mapping meteorologist, the mapping meteorologists do a much better job than I do. However, if I had to guess, I would say this tornado is on the ground. It's difficult, if not impossible, to see from radar. However, if you look at your from reflectivity, your classic radar that your TV meteorologist will show you. However, if you look at your different products here, if you look at VIL, V-I-L, especially if you look at correlation coefficient, if you look at storm relative velocity, you can tell that there absolutely is a tornado, if not a very damaging tornado. I know that the National Weather Service said that it was confirmed, but you always ask, is it still on the ground? And I would say, yes, it is. Going into Labadie right now on top of Gray Summit as we speak, headed into Wildwood. Okay, that'll be the next location. If you are not in your shelter right now in Wildwood, you need to be. Looking at some other radar views here, are we not getting any info out of the terminal? Well, I'm not. It's not pulling any data from the St. Louis terminal radar that's located in St. Charles. So we are stuck with this radar, which is not, it's not a bad thing. We're just getting very, very close to the radar. And the closer we get, the harder it will be to determine what exactly is going on here. So sometimes it's better to have two different views. And it's looking like we are not pulling, I'm not pulling any data, at least, from St. Louis terminal. So again, this debris ball signifies to us that this tornado is on the ground and it is lofting debris high into the air. That means that it is creating destruction in its path on top of Gray Summit right now. All right, next radar scan, moving through Labadie. I think that is how you say that name. I apologize if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. This thing is moving fast. The National Weather Service has this at least 55 miles an hour. Very, very fast moving storm right here. Just watching each radar scan here look more and more impressive. Okay, so this is where that tornado is, just outside of Labadie or on the east side of the city, headed into Wildwood. So with each scan, this tornado is progressing, so I would expect it to be about here now. Just outside of Wildwood, you can kind of see the streets a little bit better on this side of the screen, on the upper right-hand side of the screen. Do we have any questions right now? Any questions from what's going on in St. Louis right now? We are talking about a confirmed tornado highlighted here in pink. However, we have another tornado warning highlighted there in this red polygon. This is for the far northwestern side of St. Louis. But if you're on the south side of St. Louis, you still have another storm that's back here. It's still a ways away, but I would say within the next 40 minutes, we'll probably see that in St. Louis proper. So we're waiting on this storm right here. In Sullivan, 2-inch size hail. That's a very large hailstone. For all of you who want to know where that is, that would be my bearings here, right here. We saw 2-inch size hail in Sullivan, right along the highway. So probably hitting a lot of cars as it fell right along the highway just a few minutes ago. Again, still very impressive for this tornado that's moving into Wildwood right now. It's getting a little messy with the radar clutter. The clutter as we get closer to the radar site itself. So we're tracking that storm in we're tracking that storm just outside of Wildwood, Missouri right now. We are watching for a tornado moving into St. Louis. So here's St. Louis. Here's the storm. As this continues to track to the northeast at 55 miles an hour, we are watching for this tornado to clip the northwestern side of St. Louis. So we're talking about St. Charles, Chesterfield, Wildwood. Wildwood is the next area that we're watching for this tornado. This area highlighted here in blue, this is what we call a debris ball. This area really indicates that this tornado is still on the ground right now. I'm waiting for this next radar scan. This area right here shows where the high winds are and where the winds are turning. So this shows not only the high wind, or the wind speed rather, but also the wind direction. And then we could have some hail with this. However, I don't think that the hail is that impressive anymore. Potentially up to quarter-sized hail, maybe a bit larger, but I'm not quite sure that the wind is that, that the hail is that impressive anymore. The tornado will be the main concern here. And I'm wondering how long this could sustain itself. And I'm also looking at this area as well. Could we have another tornado forming? Could we have potentially 2 tornadoes here? I'm not going to rule that out right now. All right, a new scan here. New radar scan. What did we see from that one? This debris ball holding together, at least for now, holding together. That area highlighted there in yellow with that red square on top of it, that is your potential, that's your tornado. There's your tornado right there. This is not the only area that we're watching for the St. Louis area. If we go to the north, we have a potential tornado in Troy, Moscow Mills, excuse me. Going down to the south here, tornado warning into Arnold. That tornado itself, very hard to spot here. Maybe in Richwoods right now. National Weather Service saying a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Lonedell, or 11 miles southeast of St. Clair, moving to the northeast at 60 miles an hour. This thing has some speed on it. This is a fast-moving storm. They're saying the biggest hazards here are a potential tornado and up to quarter-sized hail. So again, the hail sizes are going down as we get into the city. Still some decent sized hail back here just out of Steelville. Steelville, I think we had, what was that? 1 inch, an inch and a half? Ooh, golf ball size hail reported in Steelville earlier. So that same storm that produced golf ball size hail in Steelville is now tracking out closer and closer to St. Louis. So we're still a bit of ways from this. However, eventually this will come into the city. The next storm that we're watching into the city right now is this one right here in Cedar Hill Lakes, right now in Lonedell. And then, of course, we're about to have almost no eyes on this storm that's headed into Wildwood right now. It's very, very difficult to see these storms the closer and closer they are to radar. And I looked at our terminal radar, and we're not getting any info from it. So I don't know if it's down. I mean, that would be my assumption. Another tornado warned storm here, confirmed tornado Switch radars real quick to our Springfield radar in West Plains. So this is in the southern central side of Missouri. West Plains, the National Weather Service says this is a confirmed tornado in West Plains right now. A little difficult to see, but we'll switch back over to St. Louis because I'm sure a lot of people are on here for St. Louis. Kind of zooming out here and giving you a wide look of what we're looking at right now. Of course, we're watching that storm coming into St. Louis right now, up in the northern side. So it's in Chesterfield right now, Wildwood, moving to the northeast. So we're going to assume this is still the same track, even though this radar view is not great. There's a tornado right there. Wildwood into Chesterfield. But if we switch just very quickly over to a wider view, you can see there's 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warned storms coming into the St. Louis metro right now. Farther to the north, you're going to have high winds. We're talking up to 80 miles an hour wind speed. That's very, very significant. And maybe some small hail. We even do have one tornado warning highlighted there in pink, crossing over in western Illinois into Lewistown right now. Canton is the closest, biggest town. And if we head farther down to the south, we even have more tornado warnings into southern Missouri and northern Arkansas. Mountain View. This warning for a potential tornado and quarter-sized hail in Mountain View, Mount Olive, and the northern side of Arkansas right now. And these storms out in eastern Louisiana, they were supposed to fire much sooner than now. I'm very curious to see what they're going to do over the next few hours because we have not seen anything severe from them yet. But we'll go back up to St. Louis. Let's go back up to St. Louis where we do have a confirmed tornado, and you can see all of those confirmations just along the highway here. So the National Weather Service saying here, relayed information from a resident off Massey Ford Road near the Burbouse, I hope I'm saying that, Burbouse River. Tornado took down several trees and power lines. Power is out in this area. This second reported tornado here. Tractor trailer impacted on I-44 near mile marker 247 near Union City. No further information is available. Time estimated by radar. And as we get closer to the city here, multiple buildings suffered damage near a highway at Highway 100 near Villa Ridge. And all of that is reported from the National Weather Center. So let's go back to that St. Louis radar. It's very, very difficult to see what's happening right here. But there is where I would expect the tornado to be, especially if you look on storm relative velocity. Just to the north of Wildwood right now. Again, pretty difficult to see the track of this tornado at this point. I would expect this to continue to track just to the south of Chesterfield and going into Maryland Heights. So if you're in Maryland Heights, you need to be taking your shelter right now. You need to be in your shelter. Again, your shelter can be the innermost room of your house. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So I want to continue to track this storm that's going into St. Louis right now because I think that's going to be one of the most impactful for the most amount of people. However, we are getting a lot of questions on TikTok about Ohio. Our storm's coming into Ohio right now, and not right now. You have a long time until the storms get to you. So we've got a while. We're talking like tomorrow morning. And even then, your risk is pretty low. Yeah, your risk is still pretty low in Ohio for tomorrow. So we're going to stay on St. Louis right now because that's going to be the biggest risk for the most amount of people. I see another question on here. Adam Dale asking, when is the hail hitting? Well, it depends on where you are because if you are in Cedar Hill Lakes right now or Cedar Hill, Missouri, the hail is hitting right now. So where would I put hail at? I would put it in, as I mentioned, Cedar Hill Lakes, just to the south of the highway. Also some potential hail in, there's not really a town, north of Shirley, west of Old Mines, but moving into Rich Woods right now. All right, it looks like that tornado has moved out of Wildwood and is moving closer to Chesterfield at the moment. One question coming in on TikTok saying, my brother is in Bridgerton, Missouri, outside of St. Louis. I need to check exactly where is Bridgerton. You mean Bridgerton without an R? So if your brother is in Bridgerton without an R, that is definitely an area that he needs to be sheltering right now. So hopefully he knows that, because my understanding is Bridgerton is right outside of St. Charles. So right here, he's right along that tornado warning, so right on the line here. If you follow the potential track for this tornado that was on the ground, we're not quite sure anymore because we've lost a good view of this tornado. Then he's going to be right in the path of that potential tornadic storm. And if there isn't a tornado, then you're probably going to get some extreme high winds and maybe some hail with this as well. So he definitely needs to be taking shelter. Again, this is in the northwestern side of St. Louis. Reading some of your comments on here. Indiana, you're not going to get storms until tomorrow morning. We have some really high wind headed into Chesterfield right now. I'm going to check some of our Missouri cameras here. Another question, what about Georgia? So Georgia has a while until we get the storms. Tomorrow, I would absolutely be watching the radar if you're in Georgia. But today you're fine. You can sleep peacefully tonight. Wake up tomorrow morning, get your forecast, make sure that you're ready for those storms tomorrow. All right, looking up some Missouri Department of Transportation cameras, seeing if there's anything that we can see on there. Another question asking about Illinois. Storms are moving into Illinois right now. You still have a tornado risk. It depends on where you are. Where are you at in Illinois? Because you do have 2 tornado warnings in Illinois right now and some high wind. So I would prepare for that high wind. I think that's going to be the most impactful for most people in Illinois. Watching for potential tornado over Cedar Hill Lakes. I would say there's a really good chance as we head into Scottsdale, Missouri. We could have a tornado right here. Also, our Missouri Department of Transportation cameras keep giving me a failure to load signal. Failure to load is what they're saying. My assumption is that there either is so many people on it, or that we have had some power outages in this area. So I would show you camera angles, however, we don't have any to show at this point. See, still looking for a camera to show you. No great views at this point. I think Brandon is asking about, I think Peoria or Naperville. I think that is something that my assumption is you're talking about Illinois. Is that correct? I know that we had another question about Illinois as well. Chicago was one question that we had. So the timeline for Chicago, I think, still stands at the earliest time that you're going to see storms in Chicago will be around 11 o'clock tonight, but it could be as late as midnight. Those storms will continue to track through Chicago and out of your area around 2 to 2:30 tonight. So it's going to be a late night in Chicago. What we are seeing right now in places like Davenport, Iowa, that goes into Illinois. Peoria is about to get storms as well. I see. You were asking about hail in Peoria and Naperville. So Peoria probably has a pretty low chance for hail. These storms right now are warned for high wind and up to quarter-size hail. So if you do get hail, it will be wind-driven because we have extreme wind with these storms. But again, the hail risk is very low in this area. It's going to be pretty isolated. We do have a tornado warning that could impact Peoria, not right now, but here pretty soon. Again, that wind risk, I think, is going to be one of the biggest things that you need to watch out for. 65-mile-per-hour wind gusts have already been reported from these storms that are headed into Peoria. I mean, even 81 miles an hour, which is, I think, the highest that I've seen for the entire night, has been reported from these storms that you're about to see in Peoria as well. Again, that's Peoria, Illinois. And look at these warnings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 tornado warnings right now from northern Arkansas into the western central side of Illinois. Springfield, Illinois, also about to get some really strong wind as well. Back down to St. Louis. We do have a new tornado warning to talk about here. So this goes anywhere from Maryland Heights all the way across most of northern St. Louis, all the way to Edwardsville. What the National Weather Service is saying here is a potential tornado and up to ping pong ball size hail. Ooh, pretty impressive size hail here. Ping pong ball size hail for this area from St. Charles all the way to Alton, Edwardsville, included in that. Potential large hail. Kind of looking around here, showing you the full radar. We're going back just right along the highway here. If we go farther down to the south, and we may have to switch radars, we do have some pretty intense information coming from the National Weather Service right now. We have a confirmed tornado near Rover. Let's go ahead and switch radars. Springfield radar here. Let me find that. So this storm came out of northern Arkansas. We were talking about this earlier in Salem. I bet we have some hail with this, but what we're really watching for is this area right here. Confirmed tornado near Thomasville. The National Weather Service saying a particularly dangerous situation. If you've never heard that warning, what they are saying is that they know there's a tornado on the ground and it is immediately impacting people. So they're saying this is a populated enough town. There are people in this path. It's probably moving pretty quickly because they already issued another. It's moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. They already issued another warning here into Van Buren. So again, this is in the southern side of Missouri. Zooming out so that you can see what we're talking about here. South central Missouri for Van Buren, Thomasville, Greer, that tornado coming down right now into Greer, Fremont, all included in these warnings here. And again, just the language that the National Weather Service is using really signifies to me what is going on. Emergency management reported a tornado near Rover. And they're calling this a particularly dangerous situation. Let's switch back to our St. Louis radar. And I think I can pull up a camera now. Potentially. Maybe not. Maybe it won't let me. There we go. So here's St. Louis. Let me get my bearings, go to, I want to go down here because I think that this storm farther down in the southern side of the city is going to be your hailstorm. Farther up to the north is going to be that tornado risk, even though this storm is warned for a potential tornado. Okay, so people are flashing their lights here. They're flashing those hazards on and off, which really tells me that they're seeing something that is making them nervous, that they don't want to continue on this drive. Maybe that's really high wind. Maybe that is heavy rain. That camera not working. High wind and a little bit of lightning there. You can see that camera wobbling back and forth. Lots of high wind here. You can see the sign in front of this camera shaking back and forth as well. This is at Bowles. The cars on the roads there. A little farther to the south. Sure what we're looking at there. The next area that this potential tornado is going into is Arnold. Okay, new update. I'm going to switch back over to the radar here if we cannot get a actual camera in Arnold. Okay, right here. Let's see if we can see anything from this because it does look like we could have a tornado on the ground. We are getting some debris from this. And we are not getting any cameras, which makes me think that there could be power outages in this area. Even then, I think it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to see a tornado from these travel cameras. It's at night, right? It's dark. But also because this is most likely rain wrapped and moving very, very quickly. So I will be switching back to the radar, and I have highlighted the area that I want you to pay attention to. Do you see that area right here? Basically where that green triangle is, that is Arnold, Missouri, just to the south of St. Louis. We are seeing some potential debris being thrown into the air by this tornado. I'm reading some of your questions on here. Nighthawk Leader says, thanks for your coverage. Someone asking about Burn Mill, Missouri. So most of Missouri is almost out of this severe watch. Oh, Burn Mill is, I have to look up these town names. I'm not quite sure where everything is. Burn Mill, there you go. Farther back to the west, you're almost severe clear. You're getting very close to being out of that rain. Now, I would just hold off for just a few minutes because I'm watching some of these storms that are farther back to your southwest. So I'm watching this one in particular. If you're on the east side of the city, you may need to watch that storm. If you're on the west side of the city, you're just about out of it. And I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Burn Mill. So hang on a little bit, because this storm that's in South Cedar Hill Lakes right now could scrape the eastern side of Burn Mill. All right, back to Arnold, where we're seeing that tornado come through right now. Yep. Pretty decent couplet right here. When those reds and those greens are touching, we know that we could have, we call that gate-to-gate rotation. So it's in that notch right there, showing on reflectivity. That's where we're watching. Again, this is on the southwest side of St. Louis. One update on the north side of St. Louis. So now we have 2 confirmed tornadoes in St. Louis right now. One on the north side, one on the south side. Right here in fluorescent. Here's what the National Weather Service is saying right now. Damaging tornado and ping pong ball size hail. So this is the one on the north side of St. Louis. Damaging tornado and ping pong ball size hail. Weather spotters confirmed tornado power flashes along I-70. That is what the National Weather Service is saying right now. So that's why this warning went from red to pink, because it is now a confirmed tornado. And what they're watching for is this right here in fluorescent. I hope I'm saying that correctly. So here's one tornado where that red square is. Here's the other in between Arnold and Oakville. We can try our Missouri cameras again. This camera is not bad. Show you where this is coming from. So this is on the northern side of St. Louis. I think if we really wanted to see something, we'd go right over here. Ooh, and we do have some really high wind in this area. But you can see that people are still on the roads. People have not gotten off the roads. I'm wondering if these are storm chasers or if these are residents that are unaware of the situation that they're driving into or away from. So this is where I would expect the storm to be, right here. Or that's where I would expect the tornado to be. Looking like it could have a debris ball with it now. So I'd love to get one of these cameras right here. Obviously, some very high wind, shaking that camera, that's both the camera and the sign back and forth. Cars still with their hazards on. I see some people on TikTok are saying, I can see how windy it is there. Yeah, absolutely. It's easy to see how windy it is from some of these camera views. You know, on the radar, you know it's windy, you can see it on the radar, but it's hard to sometimes conceptualize that. So these camera views are great. Oh, there's a great shot right there. Now, I will tell you one of the most dangerous things that you can do is stop under the overpass. There's one truck that's going through the overpass completely, and then there's another car on the side over here on that left side of the overpass on our viewpoint that is stopped under the overpass. And I know that it's scary, but one of the most dangerous places that you can be during a tornado, and just because of traffic around you, is under the overpass. This camera is bouncing up and down. It maybe making me a little dizzy here. See where our storm is right now. So most likely what this camera is getting hit with right now are straight line winds just to the south of where we expect our tornado to be. So I expect that tornado to be up here. And that camera, one of these down here. Let's go down to the south. Let's check on this tornado down here. That again was confirmed. The National Weather Service confirmed this. Located over Arnold, moving to the south, to the northeast at 60 miles an hour. They're saying damaging tornado and golf ball size hail. So pretty significant, even if you don't get hit by that tornado. That hail is going to be very significant over St. Louis. I mean, look at the potential hail over St. Louis right now. This is quite impressive. Golf ball size hail over St. Louis coming into the city center right now. Quite impressive. Lester from TikTok is asking, what website is it? I'm assuming you're asking what website am I looking at the cameras on. This is the Missouri Department of Transportation. So this is open to anyone. You can look that up. It's modot.org/gateway guide, or just Google Missouri cameras and that should be the first thing that pops up. While winds are really easy to see on the Department of Transportation cameras, hail, not easy to see at all. There's some high wind, heavy downpour. Eli asking, where is the tornado? So if you're talking about this northern storm, I would put the tornado right where that red square is. Right about there. So this is just to the north of St. Louis proper. And if I go back a few radar runs here, we may have taken a northern turn with this tornado, and that means that usually the thinking there is that it's weakening. And at least for now, I would believe that's the case. If we're looking farther down to the south, we've got absolutely some high winds in this area, most likely some hail as well. So again, this is in southern St. Louis. But a tornado itself is extremely hard to point out right now. It's just so cluttered right now. So it's difficult to point out. One thing that I do want to point out is that this is not the only storm coming for St. Louis. Go back to the south and east, go back to the south and west, and you can see that we've got another one coming in. So this is something that we call training, where it's like these storms sit on a train track and they follow one after another after another. So this area of St. Louis on the south side is not only going to get hit with one storm, but most likely a second and potentially a third storm. So if you're in places like Belleville, Waterloo, Redbud, you are not in the clear yet. We are watching for more storms to be following in this one's wake. At least 2 more. And I'm zooming out here a little bit so you can see what's happening across the rest of Missouri, because this storm that's hitting St. Louis is not the only one. Van Buren, we were talking about this tornado warned storm earlier, and it looks like it's still confirmed. The National Weather Service still saying that it is a particularly dangerous situation. And an update from hail trace, we have confirmed golf ball size hail in Scottsdale, Missouri. So that's right in between the 2 highways here, in between Burns Mill. Someone on TikTok was asking about Burns Mill earlier. Just south of there. Golf ball size hail. Okay, let's get a report on these warnings. National Weather Service still saying that both sides of St. Louis, we're talking about the north side and the south side, still tornado warned, still expecting ping pong ball size hail in these storms. And then if you go down to the south side, you could get up to golf ball sized hail. I think that's what I mentioned earlier, is that we've got some pretty decent hail on the south side of St. Louis, in addition to that tornado. Watching MDOT cameras, or excuse me, MDOT cameras here. See if there's anything interesting to show you all. The good news is that it looks like traffic is still moving pretty good. I mean, really, on Missouri Department of Transportation, we're still all in the green. And so that's great news for all of those that are out on the roads. That doesn't mean that their car hasn't taken a hit from this hail that they were probably literally driving in. This is a great view. see. Camera shaking back and forth. Still lots of lightning in this area. This is almost as far east as you can get until you get into Illinois here. So again, still some large hail going into St. Louis, Belleville, Glen Carlton with a potential tornado. National Weather Service still saying that this is a confirmed tornado, so they may know a little bit more than what we do. I don't see the exact location that they're seeing for that confirmed tornado. I mean, it's all wrapped up in rain, so it's extremely difficult to see. So again, if you were caught in this, it would be impossible to see where the tornado is. Again, put your questions and your comments in the chat. After these storms go through St. Louis, we will look at the forecast for tomorrow. And I guess for the rest of the night. I mean, we're almost into tomorrow. We've got 2 more hours, right? Whew, okay, you want to see hail reports? Here we go. Here's your hail reports. Okay, tons of 1-inch size hail. A little bit more, $50 size hail up in Kirkwood. I bet after the storm passes through, we're going to see some larger hailstones. Here's golf ball sized hail out in Burns Mill, Scottsdale. If you've got the Hail Trace app, then you got that alert that we saw golf ball sized hail in Scottsdale before, I mean, they alerted us before I even showed it. $50 size hail in Cedar Hill Lakes. I mean, just tons of reports on here. I bet we end up seeing some larger hail reported right here. On the north side, not as many hail reports. $50 size hail. Just outside of St. Charles, north of Chesterfield. If we go back to our more specific radar, GR2 analyst, you're going to see 2 areas of high wind here. Look on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. 2 areas of high wind going into Edwardsville right now, and then going into Belleville right now. And from our Missouri cameras, Missouri Department of Transportation cameras, this camera is still shaking back and forth pretty hard. It's like rocking back and forth and back and forth. Still lots of people using their hazards. We're going, okay, let's go as far east as we can here. Rain's still coming down, and you can see it blowing across the road. Still everyone using their hazards in this area as well. Some alerts on here. of a wreck. Or maybe people, I bet, you know what? I bet that is. It's people stopped under the overpass, waiting for this storm to pass. Right there. That's what those standing lights are. Oops. Sorry about that. There's some high wind. Not quite sure what we're supposed to be looking at. I think potentially a bridge here. Quite an interesting view. Just kind of going around St. Louis, going through some of the cameras here. Do we have any other questions? One person asks, Adam asks, is it still hailing in St. Louis? Yeah, on the east side. So at this point, we may be getting into Illinois, but yeah. Let me take this off. So Venice, Collinsville, Fairview Heights, high wind, and some large hail as well. Now the hail farther to the east is definitely going to be smaller than that hail that is falling in Venice right now. One person asking on TikTok, is it heading towards Iowa? So I'll show you. Excuse me. Is it heading towards Ohio? I knew the second it came out of my mouth I was reading that wrong. So yeah, these storms will get to Ohio. It'll be a pretty low risk for severe weather, and your chance for storms won't come until tomorrow. So you have a little bit with that. We had another question about Arnold in St. Louis. That's where that tornado was reported earlier. So we did have a tornado reported in Arnold. That's what prompted the National Weather Service to put confirmed tornado warnings all the way through St. Louis. It looks like we also had hail, and I told you guys we would slowly start to see larger hail sizes start to filter in, and we have now. Let me switch over. 1.5-inch hail, so right around ping pong ball size hail, from someone emailing a photo. It seems like to the National Weather Service. I think that's what they mean by that. So we are starting to see some of those larger hail sizes start to filter in. I've already talked about this one out near Scottsdale, near House Springs. That was reported to be golf ball size. Still lots of rain in St. Louis. And just a note here, we do have another storm farther back to the south that's in Arnold right now. So someone on TikTok asked about Arnold. Yeah, it's probably hailing right now in Arnold as well. Probably not large hail. I would say maybe the size of a quarter. Take that back. Maybe a bit larger than that. Okay, I'm going larger than a quarter. Should have checked my other radar. But you're almost out of it in Arnold. And then after that, I'm pretty doubtful if this third storm that's farther back near Shirley right now, I'm doubtful that that will make it to Arnold. I bet it'll go farther to the south. This one up near Arnold, just to the east of Arnold, is warned for golf ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So I'm glad I changed my mind about. I said maybe quarters. I think that was wrong. So most likely larger than golf ball size hail in this area. Excuse me, most likely larger than quarters in this area. Maybe I need some more coffee. A little bit left. All right, storms moving out of St. Louis right now. We have one more storm. I'm watching this one that's in the south side of the metro right now. And then, of course, that high wind that's coming into Bellevue right now. Some really high wind with this storm. Some high wind coming up past Alton into Dorsey, Bunker Hill. It's also tornado warned up here. Nothing is confirmed anymore, but the National Weather Service probably warning this and in case another tornado does pop up. They're still saying ping pong ball size hail. This is the area that I would watch for large hail, right here. And it's going to be wind driven. This is just to the east of St. Louis, near Collinsville. And then, of course, you've got hail, as I mentioned, outside of Arnold. Someone on TikTok asking, any tornadoes? So we have one tornado warned storm, two, excuse me, on the east side of St. Louis, right there. We have a few more if you head farther down to the south, a little bit hard to see from this radar right here in Van Buren, and this seems like it's slowed down a little bit. Still, the National Weather Service has this warned for 60 miles an hour, moving at 60 miles an hour. And let me tell you, the wording that they're using on this is actually quite impressive here. They're saying the hazard is a deadly tornado. They're saying tornado emergency for Van Buren and Fremont. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Emergency management confirmed the tornado. They're saying you are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely. Complete destruction is possible. Listen to that wording that they're using. Again, it's for this area. So let me zoom out a little bit and show you where we are. Here's Missouri. So it's in the southeastern side, going into central eastern side of Missouri right now. And the wording that they're using on this is just absolutely intense, scary. Now, we don't want you to be scared. That's not what we want. We want you to be prepared. And I think that's what they're working on here. They're trying to get people prepared and take cover in this area. Now, let me tell you, it looks like they're still warning this area that goes into Piedmont now, Annapolis, Des Arc. In the central eastern side of Missouri. So that's where they're watching right now, okay? Now, we don't want you to be scared, we want you to be prepared. We've got another one coming. So like, how do you say that? Poplar Bluff, is that correct? Got a confirmed tornado out in Ash Flat right now. That will be moving into Pocahontas and up to Poplar Bluff. I think that is how you say it. Moving out of Arkansas and into Missouri. Checking on storms in St. Louis. Still some pretty decent hail that's coming out of Fairview Heights, north of Shiloh, out of Collinsville right now. We are technically into Illinois now. I think technically out of St. Louis. We may have tornado warning left over in St. Louis. The south side of St. Louis is still going to be hail warned until, let's see what time. For golf balls and 70-mile-per-hour wind until 10:45. So we still have a long time on this tornado warning right here. Excuse me, severe thunderstorm warning down in the south side of St. Louis. Greg is asking for Arnold and Alton, or Alton maybe? So there's Arnold. Your hail sizes are probably going down now. Maybe still having some high wind, maybe still having a heavy downpour, but those hail sizes definitely going down in Arnold. Greg says there were tornadoes already. Yeah, there was a tornado, and I can go all the way back and show you that tornado right there that came through Arnold. So there's your tornado that came through right through the city center, maybe on the north side of the city, and then into Oakville. There's your first storm in St. Louis, and then we're watching that second one in the south side of St. Louis come through right now. So this is why we always say that, you know, whenever storms hit, you want to put on closed-toed shoes, you want to put on your rain jacket, you want to put on all of the things that you would need to be outside. Because I've heard many stories before where storms hit, and I'll give you an example. Like that storm that hit in Arnold. And that storm hits, and you have a brief moment where you think you're in the clear, but you have another storm behind you. And even if this one doesn't produce a tornado, this has hail in it that you don't want to be out in. And so being prepared can save you a lot of trouble. You never know what you're going to walk out to. You could walk out to potentially broken glass. You could walk out to potentially debris on the ground. You could walk out to heavy rain and hail coming through. So that's why you want to always put on closed-toed shoes, helmet if you've got it. You guys kind of know the drill here. A whistle or an air horn is always smart because, again, it's dark. You can't see anything. So if you're watching down to the southeast, I know that you guys have a storm risk for tomorrow. If you're watching down in places like Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, those are great tips for tomorrow because you don't want to be in any more dangerous situation than you already are in. All right, let's get an update here. Okay, I think this is a new severe thunderstorm warning. Excuse me. I think this is a new tornado warning here. I can see why right here. Columbia. So this is Columbia, Missouri, right outside of St. Louis. So we're seeing that tornado potential tornado there. Just to the north of Waterloo, most likely some hail with this as well. So we've got hail up to the north of Columbia, moving out of Dupo and into Bellevue right now. So Bellevue, make sure you're still in your safe space. This is a new tornado warning, and golf ball size hail included in this until 11 o'clock. We're getting reports from Dorsey, no more hail in Dorsey. Or no, Dorsey, no hail yet. We had a question about Quad Cities. So you're probably just about done with the most severe that you're going to get up in the Quad Cities. You're not in a severe thunderstorm anymore, not in a severe thunderstorm anymore in the Quad Cities, which includes Davenport, Clare, right in here. You probably got some high wind. The question was, can you let me know if there's a tornado probability? So you're out of that tornado risk now. I mean, maybe the very eastern side of the Quad Cities are still in that high wind risk, but you're out of that tornado risk now. You probably had some pretty high wind. I would say right around 70 miles an hour based on what we see on either side of this system. I didn't see it on the radar, on our like more specific radars. I didn't really take a look at this too much, but you probably had some high wind in this area. So if you're asking about a tornado, probably not. However, the potential for high wind or straight line wind damage, potentially. Adam asks, still hailing in St. Louis? On the east side of the city? Well, south side. Okay, I take that back. South side of the city. Yep, sure is. Now on the east side, I mean, we're way out of the city now. We're like into Highland. But on the south side, we're talking about, I don't know how to say this, one Dupo, Westview, Millstat, and Bellevue. And it does look like this is weakening now. Still tornado warned. I would put that tornado warning, I would put that tornado right there where the red square is. Zoom down in here so you can see some of the cities, some of the streets and the highways. That's where I would put that tornado right now. No confirmation if this is on the ground, but if there was a tornado in this area, that's where I'd put it. Some people asking about the category of tornadoes in St. Louis. So our mapping team does that. They'll determine that. They'll determine the category that they think, or the rating that they think that that tornado would be. So if you're curious about their maps, they're phenomenal meteorologists. I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 meteorologists in there right now, in the same room right now, talking about these storms just down the hall from where I am right now. But you can find those maps at hailtrace.com. That's where we put all of our maps at. One question about Evansville. Indiana. I'll try to find it for you on here. Keep going. All right, so storms that will be going into Evansville will be late tonight into early tomorrow morning. So I said the timeline for Chicago was right around midnight-ish. For Evansville, even later, probably early tomorrow morning. So make sure that you have multiple ways to get those weather alerts. You have a tornado risk. You have a hail risk. I think that high wind is going to be the biggest hazard that you'll run into in Evansville. Again, don't be scared. I see on here that the person asked about Evansville said, I'm scared. Don't be scared, be prepared. So whatever you need to do to prepare right now, make sure that you have multiple ways to get any warnings. Don't turn your phone on Do Not Disturb. Keep that off. And again, that's for Indiana. We do have another, oh, not that, tornado warning that is going into Bloomington, Illinois right now. I think that we had a question about Bloomington earlier on tonight. I said it was going to be a low tornado risk. Here's your tornado warning just outside of Bloomington right now. This tornado warning goes until 10:45 and is also warned for quarter-size hail. High wind also expected with this severe thunderstorm warning that stretches all the way down to Lincoln and Springfield, Illinois. 70-mile-per-hour wind speeds is what we have here. And we've got more hail alerts from outside of St. Louis. All right, who was asking about St. Louis earlier? They kept asking, is it still hailing in St. Louis? Adam Dale was asking, is it still hailing in St. Louis? Well, here's the result of what we saw in St. Louis. So even on the east side, we were still getting some pretty decent sized hail. Okay, this is ping pong ball size hail. Now the National Weather Service, this verified, they had these storms warned for ping pong ball size hail, but they had these storms down to the south warned for golf ball size hail. So I wonder if maybe we just haven't gotten that verification yet. I'm wondering if after it stops raining, if we will start to get some of that verification. But I do have to say, now these storms are mostly out of the St. Louis metro, just on the east side of it now. So I'm going to hop off of here. I'm going to leave the radar up so that you can see the areas that we have warnings. I'll probably actually leave this radar that you see right now up so that you can see the tornado warnings. You can see the severe thunderstorm warnings. I'll monitor the chat for a few more minutes. So if you guys have questions, stick it in the chat and I'll monitor that. I'll keep an eye on that. And if you guys have questions, I'll jump back on here and update you in the chat. But I do have a few things to get done before I leave tonight. So I'm going to hop off of here for now. And if we have any more major updates, I'll be back here in a few minutes. All right, can you guys hear me? So I'm coming on just to do one last little update here, showing you guys that we are still mapping these storms, of course, storms that are going through St. Louis. I think that uh, Hail Trace just announced they're still tracking storms across, let's see, what did they just announce here? Across Missouri. Seeing if I can get you guys like the most up-to-date announcement that I have. But either way, we still have Mets. I don't know if we have Mets in office currently, but we do have Mets across the city that are still tracking these storms, of course. I mean, and we will obviously go all night. We have one, maybe two, maybe three, maybe four. I think tonight we had 5 Mets that were tracking these storms. So again, they will continue to track all night long. I did want to give you just a little update on what we are seeing right now, and then I'm going to hop off of here, let you guys continue your night. But we have got some high wind up to the north. The likelihood for hail, the farther north that you go, goes down. Okay, so you go farther north, your hail risk goes down. I think that largest hail risk right now will still remain right around St. Louis and along I-70 and then to the south. Of course, that tornado risk you can see there from areas highlighted in pink are the highest. Anywhere from St. Louis to the south. I mean, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tornado warned storms right now, anywhere from Arkansas all the way to Missouri and into southern Illinois. I do think that this will remain the case into the early morning hours. So we will continue, of course, to map these storms. A lot of these are confirmed. Yeah, all of these tornadoes in southern Missouri and northern Arkansas are confirmed tornadoes. So we know that these tornadoes are on the ground and have been on the ground. We talked about that risk even earlier on in the day, that both today and tomorrow have the risk for long track violent tornadoes. And it seems like long track is absolutely the case. And I think that we have seen some fatalities out of some of these storms tonight as well. So I am very interested to see what will come out of this as the sun comes up tomorrow. Either way, one question here. Thanks for the detailed coverage. You're welcome, Indiana. Yes, yeah, I do think that these storms will continue into Indiana. I can look at what the Storm Prediction Center has right now. I'll do another forecast tomorrow at noon as well, if not even earlier than noon. So make sure that you're following us and you can stay caught up to date on what we are expecting here. Yeah, these storms are going to go into Indiana. Depending on where you are in Indiana, I mean, are you on the east side? Because these storms are not going to be as severe on the east side. Probably what we'll see from that is a high wind threat more than anything. Indiana's tornado threat is a lot lower than what we're seeing now, so you most likely won't have this tornado outbreak. You'll probably have a lot of high wind like what we're seeing up here. 60, 70, 75 mile per hour wind speeds. Into Indiana, I think that'll be the biggest risk for you. And again, that's through the early morning hours, so you still have a few hours left on this to make its way into Indiana. I can say right now that these storms are moving pretty fast, about 60 miles an hour. So if we just do some simple math here, if they're moving at 60 miles an hour, and we've got 55 miles until these storms reach the Illinois-Indiana state line. So you've got an hour until they reach the state line, but then you've got 2 hours, a little over 2 hours until they reach Indianapolis, and then going all the way through the state, you've got a little over 3 hours. So by the early morning hours, by the time you wake up tomorrow morning, you're probably rain free. I don't think, and I can double check this, that Indiana is included. You are included in the risk tomorrow, especially the southern side of the state will be included in the risk tomorrow. So just be aware of that. Hail and high wind are going to be your biggest risks for tomorrow. And I think those are all of our questions. So I am going to hop off of here and let you guys get on with the rest of your Friday evening, Friday night at this point. It is 11 o'clock here in Oklahoma. So thanks for joining us. Of course, hit that follow button. And of course, we will keep you updated. We still have storms tomorrow. So we'll get a forecast out tomorrow. We'll do that live once again. Come in with your questions. Come in telling us where you are listening from. And we'll do storm coverage tomorrow once again. All right. We'll see you then.